Hello, welcome back to Roll For It, where fair YouTubers streamers spend some lovely quality time together playing some lovely Dungeons and Dragons RPG with Ascension. Our lovely Thursday campaign's been running on for a while now. Apologies if my voice is a little bit tentative today. I have managed to go from pretty quickly after the last show to having COVID to being mostly back. So hopefully everything will be fine. But apologies if some of the voices are a bit weird today. It'll be fine.
I think we just don't do voice. You guys don't do voices.
I won't do any
between
extreme
Cobalt
voices.
and E.
I mean,
yeah,
I got
I got the sniffles.
I'm Pietro, so this is actually a really easy voice to do. But like,
Yeah, it's
if
just
I have to do a
mod.
voice that doesn't, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God.
I took a bunch of Advil, so I'm good.
The chat was the pre-show chat was very interesting. People want to see Dampier/vampire situation for Perrin, and they also were talking about how maybe Perrin likes Serena. I was like, I didn't get that vibe, but
When did that happen?
I don't know. I know Arena likes Perrin, but you know we haven't shared that information.
That is
The
the
only
other
thing
choice.
Perrin cares about is his family and destruction.
I thought he swung the other way. I thought early on in like episode 1 or something like that there was like a hint that Perrin said to someone else that gave the impression that he
it was
swung the
Antok.
other way.
It was Antok.
And
Antok?
Arena wasn't in that
you hit
scene,
on
so
Antok.
she didn't know. So I just think it's funny.
I don't think Perrin has a romantic bone in his body.
No, he's got them stapled to his body.
He's got
Oh my
metal
God.
and iron and bones and blood.
That's
evil
reasonable.
blood
That's-
now.
Yeah, he's very focused on his current, on the potential end of the world and things.
He doesn't have time for love interests. Got his worlds to save.
I mean, Arena's gone.
Here's my impression
We
of
had a
Perrin.
birthday, right? No,
I
Arena
think
hasn't had a birthday
most
yet.
people have had a... No, Arena definitely had a birthday, I
Okay.
think. Because it was on the way down from...
So she's
Oleana
gone
to Nideth.
99 years.
Got
never-
99 years, but
Damn.
Perrin ain't
99 years
one.
and not a kiss. No, wait. Did someone give her a kiss? Actually, was
I mean, pretty sure her
Henry?
family, like,
Was there an incident in a bar at one point?
yes, someone kissed
when,
Arena.
when Arena was an alcoholic.
something.
That whole
Yeah, she probably doesn't remember it. Yeah, that was
it
like
Fenry?
that dwarf.
It
wasn't
It wasn't
Fenry.
Fenry, unfortunately.
That would
It
be
wasn't
pretty
Fenry.
Henry
ironic.
gave her a meat pie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That sounded different.
it's not
I assumed it was deliberate.
Thingy.
a kiss.
Look, I'm running at 90, like, 5%.
I don't think
maybe
she's
9%.
kissed anybody.
It's the rare single entendre E.
There
Only
was a
comes out
romantic
once a
kiss in the
year.
bar. I thought
Maybe
that
like
dwarf lady
1.4.
was hitting on Vanya, not on.
Oh, no,
Arena.
it could have been either of you, but you massively cocked up your darts roll. That was
Yeah,
why.
I think Arena was interested, but the dwarf was interested in Vanya. And it's just, Arena's luck. She's like, oh, I found somebody. Oh, you like someone else. I'm oblivious
Oh,
because
no.
I'm drunk. Oh, that's true. She has had kisses from her mother, but that's not like a romantic.
Yeah, that's not really.
Not exactly the same thing, but, like, she knows what a kiss is, at least.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Masha Vanya who got the kiss or got the romance from that dwarf lady, not
There you
Arena.
go. Right, okay, in which case, we left off with some stuff happening, which, wasn't really intentional, although, good point about the Dampier thing. We'll see what the result of a roll is, and then I might proffer
I'm
that as an
excited.
option.
Uh-oh.
I want Bentham to make some fun decisions today. But it's up to him, it's his character.
Today
but
will
I'm
be
excited.
full of fun decisions.
It'll be real awkward when
Um,
Perrin becomes a paladin of Thara's-Dun.
Oh my. You say that, but the chat has been at like there's a
Yeah,
couple people
they've
in
been
chat who
saying
want
it. It's like, I don't.
Yeah.
Could that happen? Because Perrin, as far as the plan is, Perrin wants to keep fighting
Pretty sure
Tharazdun.
your new
Don't
armor.
tell Arena, because
Pretty sure your new armor belonged to a paladin of Tharazdun.
yes,
So
and so did that dagger.
Hmm.
That oh no, you both are gonna get corrupted, and Arena's just gonna have to save your asses. isn't
Baron
she?
doesn't
Or
even know
Arena
about
could
the
just
dagger,
get
which is
another item to complete the set. Evil party.
Join us.
Boots of Tharazdun.
Anyway, just put the dagger on a stick, put it in a crossbow. Sorted. Totally
We'll come
how that
right
works.
back
Oh
to
yeah,
you.
it returns.
every
That's
time.
perfect.
Problem is, it'll return dagger first.
Oh, no.
So I'm not sure that'll. Anyway, so hi, welcome. Anyway, let's look at all the announcements today. Today's supporter is, and I'm gonna do this without straining my voice too much. Miazilla, thank you for all the fans arts. And also the fans' hearts. I don't know. Anyway, thank you. Today's episode brought to you with the help of Miazilla, and today's episode has celebrity adventuring. So Miazilla is a fan of Dragon Punch, maybe in universe as well. Maybe. So we also have NPC name submissions out. So if you want to spit some names to be possibly in the games, you can do so. Bridget Rosenworth was a name. Miranda Dark, also a name. They're probably going to be meeting both of them again today. Also, character sheet is out for Blablin. I believe the Raw Twitter was like, hey, turns out Blablin's great. And then I replied with, or is he?
I don't think I said Blablin's great. I think I said we're not actively fighting him, or something. We're currently on the same side.
He's a very stylish fellow. I think, you know, he knows some things about some
Someone's
things.
got a crush, I think, is what's happening.
You know
I see
what you should
potential
do?
sidekick action.
Give
okay?
Blablin the dagger.
Oh, there's an
He's an
idea.
artificer. He can study it.
That's a terrible, terrible idea.
Maybe.
Would you rather have
knockoffs.
Would you rather have Blablin study it or Rindri Tonks?
But look, you can't afford to lose Rendry. Maybe you should give it to Blablin.
The
I'm
thing
gonna
with
try to
Rendry
trade it.
is, I feel like,
Rendry has worse
like-
objects, probably.
yeah, I feel like Rendry would just be oblivious to an evil item's attempts to corrupt him. He would just like not care. I just
He's
Okay.
probably already corrupted.
I can't
let's be-
imagine a like a Tharazdun aligned Rendry unless the Rendry we know is an act and he's actually a genius.
I will point out, Rendry is like, what, 300 or something years old for a kobold? So, like, doing something right.
He's the wisest person we know, I think. Or at least that I've met. so far.
Wise?
I wouldn't
Well,
say
maybe
wise.
not.
I'd say intelligent, perhaps.
Yes.
Not wise.
No, he's so wise. He wants me to disintegrate
His wisdom, I believe, was
a wall.
was higher than Skiff's. It
It's
might
not hard
be-
to be higher than Skip.
It
My
might
master.
be close to Skiff's now.
Oh my god.
So that's happened. Anyway, also we're sponsored by Roll20. Unfortunately, due to COVID's, I haven't prepped my usual prep and the scripts and the amazingness. So instead, I will treat you to handouts and how amazing it is that instead of having to be like, yeah, you get a bag of holding, you can look it up. It's in that page. No, you've got to go. No, just go. Look, I'll hand you my book. No, you can just, if you've got it in the compendium and you've got a game with your mates and you're sharing it, you can just be like, just type it in. Bentham, this is your cue. Come on, Bentham. I'm to be playing along here. Come on.
What am I doing? What am I?
Bag of holding into the compendium when you're on the
Okay.
map mode. Show them a bag of holding.
Okay.
Come on.
Like I gotta.
They're gonna have to work with.
There it is.
Bentham
Bag
was
of
just
holding.
enjoying his
I
time,
opened it. It's not
chilling
in
over
the-
there.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, what's chat up to? They're currently going which is makes sense. There you go. I
And
brought
there
up
you
the bag
go.
of
We'd be
holding.
like, oh, they can be looking at the bag of holding on the screen and
were
looking
going,
at the stats and stuff. Or you can make custom items and have them look just as good, and pull up the armor of the sepulcher.
Oh god damn it!
Yeah.
I gotta find it. Where is it? Or do you want me to type it?
Rare.
Just type it. It's the top of rare.
Oh, I
because
found it
it's A.
anyway.
Yeah, it's rare.
Oh, I've already got it opened as a pop out, so it just opened the pop out, and you can't see that when you go through that thing. I already had that ready. That was one I prepared earlier.
Damn.
Well, you could close it.
Don't want to.
Okay. Sorry, chat.
You've got
I
the
can
latest.
show off the art if we want. We can look at the art.
Yeah, we did an art update because I was like, okay, this
It looks
art
pretty cool.
looks really evil now. So this is actually not how the thing actually looks because it's plate, and this doesn't look like plate. I couldn't find the right art, but I wanted it to look at least badass. So this is inspiration art as opposed to actual art. Oh yeah. Throw down a bit.
We're
I
gonna
want to check something.
look ridiculous.
What are we checking?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah, next
updated the
season.
style bot so it looks
Art
badass.
Next
Sorry.
season's art update is gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah. I also did an update to the style overrides that we're using so that all the handouts look really pretty.
Or next chapter. Did I say season? Chapter.
chapter.
Or
Yeah.
chapters. I'm
Anyway.
used to seasons.
Cool. Yeah, that's the thing you can do. Right. I guess shilling.
All right.
Over to you, Beb.
Roll for it is supported by. Is that my intro music now?
Uh-oh.
Welcome to the epic shilling portion. Yeah,
That's
Roll for
way
it
too
is
much
supported by the viewers, by you guys. God damn it. You can, and the main way that we're funded and able to do all the cool stuff that we do is thanks to Patreon. There's a whole bunch of tiers on Patreon that give you a whole bunch of different awards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show, and sometimes go off on random tangents about other things. Recently, we've been pretty on topic, though, I think, with the after shows, because there's been so much going on that we're just, like, trying to deal with what just happened for, like, half an hour.
We've been really on topic. Weird.
We haven't had time to go on tangents, because the world's collapsing around our ears, and we're falling into voids of the abyss, where our souls will be rent asunder, never to be
You
resurrected.
mean you keep stabbing things with your sword?
I do keep stabbing Tharazdun
And
aligned
Arena wishes
things.
it was her.
Oh my god, I keep stabbing
Deacons.
Tharazdun aligned things with magical swords, causing them to shatter. It's becoming a... it's becoming a running
I was
thing.
gonna die.
I've destroyed
So-
3 magical swords, one of which was a vestige at this point, by stabbing them into Tharazdun aligned magical things. And I've got
Gotta find the
fragments,
actual Tharazdun now.
and I've got fragments of
Just,
2 of them in me.
No, genuinely, I think you are now called Perrin Bladebreaker.
Which is pretty cool. I'm about
It's
it.
pretty cool.
Like, and when you see a paladin wielding a greatsword and they're called Bladebreaker, you're like, oh, they're so badass. They break their own swords because of how strong they are. That's cool. Or they
Kinda
break
be like,
other
no, they break
people's
other
swords when they
people's
yeah.
swords.
Like either way,
And,
it's cool.
and then they're like, no, he breaks his own sword. And you're like, oh.
Yeah, no.
He just likes
it's a
destruction.
mix. It's a mix. I've broken swords in my possession and swords that technically I have at the moment, but really aren't mine.
Possession only requires the possession of one right of an object under the Theft Act. So really, yeah, it's in your possession.
Is that a Dead Cities law?
No, that's actually a UK. The theft.
I know.
Of an
I'm
item
saying it's
only
the,
requires
like...
you. I don't know
I
the
don't know,
exact
yeah,
terms.
ownership
of the
laws
Theft
might be a
Act
little
in the Dead
different. I feel like
Cities.
ownership laws in Dead Cities are more like finders keepers.
Maybe a little. Well, the Dead Cities is very mercantile, so it's probably
true,
like
yeah,
whoever has the
more
most
strict.
money is right.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, you can also get character sheets both of the players and of allies and enemies. as we've been seeing in the last few weeks, you can get the monthly recaps where they haven't talked about the events of the previous month, talk about how things are going for Roll For It. You can submit names for NPCs. We'll get used randomly throughout our shows. You can, if you're crazy, support us at Legend tier, then you get to support an episode every month, like Miazilla did today. And you also get to take part in a once monthly RPG one-shot GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. We'll be announcing soon what this month's GM will be and what they're GMing.
Yes, very soon. As soon as Bentham sends me the list of people.
Yeah, we asked like 2 hours ago. I haven't got.
I know. But it's only June 2nd. It's fine. We're gonna announce it today.
And then you can also support us in other places too. Of course, you can do the Twitch things, as somebody just did. You can subscribe on Twitch. That gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the Twitch VODs, whereas normally I have to wait 24 hours for them to appear over on the YouTube. You can also give us bits, and you can give us tips, and they drop into the cup and bounce around and sometimes miss or knock other things out of there. And we read the tips out at the end of the show, so thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. You can also support us on YouTube by being a YouTube member. That gives you emotes and badges over there as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter all give you access to the Discord. Any one of them, or all three if you're one of the 3 people that does that. And you can hang out there with us and other fans of the show. And at the moment, the main activities that go on in there are theorizing about the secret lore stuff of Ascension that E's been planning the whole time, talking extensively about all these new rules and edits that E's making with nerds nerdier than I about how that all works.
I will say a massive shout out to Vo for being some help with making the new celebrity adventuring downtime rules, because I was intending to get some crowdsourced help via stream, but then I was too ill to do that, so I may have appropriated Vo for a bit of time.
Yeah, in the past couple of weeks, he has invented a whole new branch of rule set for celebrity adventuring and brand management.
Yes, because Cobalt's like, I want to do this with his wish was to go down that route, which makes sense. That sounds like a Skith path line that he would want to spend his off time for. The rest of us are like, no, I don't care about becoming famous. But it makes sense, and it will help us in the long run, for sure. That's like a group.
Not just fame. Your endorsements are pretty high already, and that's just people who endorse you have leverage or swing in the community. And you have a lot of that in the Lemurian Empire and in the Dead Cities, because you have connections, you've proved yourself. You're not famous, but you're well disposed in the community. You've proven yourselves pretty well.
Yeah, it makes sense. We've definitely helped with a lot of things. Other people have taken credit for the things we've done too. That's always exciting.
Yeah, but the people who know, and that's why you get endorsement, not fame.
On the good society front, people have been telling us how boysenberries didn't actually exist, because Haley had said that we were eating boysenberry ice cream, and then people were like, "It didn't exist then."
My favorite one of that.
I don't even know what boysenberry is.
It's an American term for I can't remember what the British version is. American term.
Is it huckleberry? Is it the same? I don't know what boysenberry
That's an American one again.
Is it a kind of berry? Did it just not exist then? Was it not discovered?
It's a domesticated culture. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
It's boysenberry is European. Oh, it's a raspberry. Oh, just
there
raspberry?
we go. Raspberry.
Just like
we say raspberry in America too.
Boysenberry is a cross between a blackberry, a loganberry, and a raspberry. It's a specific kind of cross culture, which I don't think maybe you get in the UK very often or something.
It says European, so
maybe it just isn't very common around here then.
My favorite,
I've definitely heard it a lot in a UX
Southern
context.
California, apparently.
My favorite related fruit fact is that
I have never had it.
My favorite fruit fact of that kind is that black currants are a thing that basically only the UK consumes, except the US has one drink, alcoholic drink made of black currants. Meanwhile in the UK we've got several drinks of all different kinds, and a lot of our sweets have a flavor of blackcurrant, and we're just all about black currants. Oh yeah,
because halloumi has to be made in Cyprus. We have more than 90% of the entire output of cheese from Cyprus. That's the UK.
Yeah, we just eat almost all of the halloumi that's made.
Although, fun fact, going back to the historical inaccuracy thing, if you watch A Knight's Tale, there's a juggler in the background who's doing a move which is called a Mills. which is just a type of like juggling thing. In fact, that didn't exist back then, so that is anachronistic.
What if that's the guy? What if like he came up with it and nobody knew?
Well, it's several centuries out of date, so you know.
Well, he
not just
could have
close,
done it, and
it's
I mean,
cigar.
it's just a kind of juggling. Anyone can do that.
My straw
Anyway.
is so sharp. What is up with that? I've never.
You have
Also-
a smaller glass, like a.
No, it's a
container?
regular cup. I don't know why. What am I stabbing?
Does it go in
so it's
and then like?
even got like the
it's, like,
cross-cut
really-
thing for putting the straw in it, so you don't even need to do
Yeah.
any straw stabbing. But they
Yeah.
just gave you a stabby
Just
straw.
put the straw
It's
in,
for
and
murder.
then just goes in, and you're like,
It's
There-
gonna.
I
It
call
feels,
those
it feels like a
boba
recipe for
straws.
like putting a hole in the bottom of the
Mm,
cup and.
Oh,
It's for boba, you know, so you
Okay.
can stab through the boba.
hey, our fortune is in dreams and in life. Nothing is impossible.
You know what?
Hmm.
That's pretty good for Skith.
I mean, strictly speaking, from a quantum physics point of view, that is strictly true.
And the other side says mouth,
What?
which I don't under. It's teaching me another language.
Or maybe it's-
Zoe.
Maybe you just get them the other way around. Be like, this one is the saying, mouth, and the other one's the language. That's when you get really, really high level philosophy and actually working out Chinese.
Oh, dear.
Shame.
Anyway, yeah, you can hang out on the Discord, and yeah, there's
Oh, yeah.
there's Ascension theorizing, E posting his latest developments, and there's also people squeeing about the latest Eaton Grange developments as well,
Yes.
and how
Always
awesome
good.
everyone is. And yeah, you can
You
also
know
support
what?
us.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you can also support
It
us
was
just by
it was
being
off
here.
topic. It was.
Like,
I'm
continue.
realizing
I'm
that,
really
yeah,
tempted.
we
There's
don't-
off-topic stuff in the chat that I really don't talk about, but we're not. Just
Yeah,
go.
I'm realizing that the reason we're so on topic in the after shows is we get it all over our systems in the pre-shows these days.
It's Boba, and I want Boba. And you go ahead.
Boba,
But yeah, you can support us just by being here, just by shutting up. You're already helping us out. You're making the numbers go up and the algorithms go burr. And if you press all the buttons, that makes them go burr even more. So I'm told. As long as it's not the like unsubscribe and unfollow buttons. Pressing those probably doesn't help. But otherwise, pressing the other buttons does help and makes it more likely that more people will see our stuff, and that means that we can do more. It all works out. So we appreciate all that. We appreciate you chatting as well and commenting. We try and read all the chats and all the comments as much as we can because we want to hear from you and see what you're hyped about. Yeah, that's the stuff. Okay, now I'm done.
Also, you can just tell your friends. That's even a better way to spread it, word of mouth.
yes.
Yep.
Do
Instead of
watch
like
parties.
willing an
We
algorithm
love
to do
seeing
it,
watch
just
parties.
yeah, just bring people in where we're.
Send us
Oh, that
photos.
should
Tweet
be-
at us with your watch
That
party.
should be a
like-
complication from like when you slightly cock up like a fan interaction. Is that fans come to one of your like battles as like a watch party, and then you have to have this battle carefully maneuvering around the fans nearby.
Oh God.
Oh,
Each fan that dies, you lose a
that's
fame.
dangerous for them. I thought they were just
Yeah.
gonna be in the audience watching.
Have you never
and-
seen bystanders
children.
recording dangerous incidents, and you're like, dude, you're like in the line of fire, near the fire,
Look,
next to the flood, tornado.
if you are the person when something bad is happening who pulls out your phone to record it instead of figuring out a way to make the situation better, I'm judging you.
Actually,
very
sometimes
strong.
you can do the second one by doing the first one, but also consider other ways.
I hear
Sometimes
that
recording something with a phone is a good first step.
I hear that like originally people would just watch battles going on in wars, like they just set up shop nearby and just watch the proceedings, and then over time, as battles got more dangerous, there was like a tipping point where people started to die a little too much, and were like, we probably shouldn't do this anymore.
Well, they used to like, there were times where they would line up and they'd be like, all right, go. It's like, I guess, as long as you stay in your little. Like, that
Well,
works,
I mean, there were
but-
still skirmishes, etc., blah, blah, around the edge, but like, yeah, like, it was a lot more directed. But yes, yeah.
The
Yeah,
off-topic
like,
thing I wanted
yeah.
to bring up was because when he was saying the translation for, I don't know, is that are you eating Chinese or I don't know what food you're eating.
Payway. It's Chinese.
Gotcha. I
I
was
mean,
saying
it's
like in
sesame
Tagalog,
chicken.
the word for mouth is really funny, and I was gonna teach you that because it just cracks me up, and it's really easy. I feel like for Americans to remember. It's
Everybody
just-
in my chat's always like, "Do you speak another language, Cobalt?" I'm like, "No, I'm just an ignorant American."
But it's-
I'm an ignorant. No, I guess I'm just really bad at languages. I keep trying, and I
expect
I
everyone to
didn't
speak
anything.
mine at this point.
I
It's
tried,
really easy to remember the word mouth, though. It's big.
big, big, big.
It's like
Big,
big.
That's
Beep,
great.
Big,
Big. Big.
big.
big, big.
It's really easy.
I really want a character called Big Big, but they aren't actually
It's
that
not
big. They're
big.
just really
It's
mouthy.
BIBIG.
I know, but I'm gonna call up character Big Big now. Anyway, I'm not gonna go on top. We're half an hour after the start. We're gonna focus. We're gonna focus. Look, I haven't been able to talk for like fucking 5 days of the last week, so this is just mind blowing. Actually, it's mind blowing. Oh, it hurts. Anyway, so where we left off was rather interesting. And is very hard to describe. God, who would like to describe the events that led up to what happened with Fenry Harper and then what happened last episode as the fallout of that? I'll deal with the seal, but who would like to set the ground for that?
No.
As your family, I was really nice to Blablin.
I did the last
That's
two.
true.
Okay,
I mean, I can do it. I can do it.
go for it.
So we started off with Sir Gallant and I believe her name is Tara, coming in upon the scene of Finnery Harper's dead body in front of us. We've got like our hands halfway in his pockets, looting his corpse, and getting all of his goodies. Skip managed to pocket a very interesting looking dagger that looked rather ominous and might have been what he suspected the cause of all of their troubles, the weapon that murdered dozens and dozens of people throughout this kind of like chase all the way to the safe house. And Gallant was very angry. He punched Perrin a bunch of times just for like even talking like facts. He
I think
cast
it was
Zone of
for
Truth for fun as well, probably.
Why not both?
He did Zone of Truth, which I mean, I didn't allow happen to me, but I think like Perrin and Maggie failed on purpose, I believe it was, so that they could be questioned and whatnot. And then he found out you can tell if someone fails anyway.
I think
So
Perrin passed as well.
Perrin passed, but he was like, "I'm not
Arena
gonna
failed.
lie though," or whatever.
Yeah. But like he knew Arena failed, and so he questioned it.
Yeah. So he had some questions about what was going on, and we were basically like, "Hey, Thinnery went, ham and started killing everybody, murdering
Arena
everybody."
described it for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, we tried to we tried to like, talk him down basically, and yeah, he ended up just grabbing the body and stuffing it in a bag, which seemed kind of callous considering how angry he was. I think he was more angry about having to waste materials getting there and scooping up the body and having to deal with it when he was busy with something else. Perhaps while all that was going on, Skith decided it'd be a good idea to identify the dagger in the middle of the basically bargaining for our lives.
It is
So
the blade of broken mirrors.
yeah, it's really messed up. And it's a weapon of Thayer's Dune. It can do a whole bunch of cool stuff, like make you change into the person that you kill with it. For example, throw it, comes back to you. Also, it's also sentient, apparently. Can talk to you and whatnot. And when that happened, it Skip's like, oh crap, I got this like huge weapon on me that's not good, and hope they don't find it. And then Arena kind of had to do a little bit of distracting of her own to make sure that Skip didn't give away, I got this really nasty looking, weapon. So they ended up leaving after telling us that we're no longer allowed to be part of the Chosen Knights and associated with them. They're pretty much ending their endorsement of us. And then we ended up going with Blablin to look for Arena's family, which we found. And after
Before
a little
that,
bit of
though, an important part is that our contract has ended with the Chosen Knights.
yeah, well, I knew that he was like, we're done with you guys. Pretty much, you're no longer part of the Chosen Knights.
So he ended your formal affiliation, which mechanically means you don't get your 10% off at Arathanes anymore, but also means that like you would also have a little bit harder time with certain access, certain doors, getting certain places,
like towers,
certain
and
ears, certain towers. Yeah, but also if you earn any kind of reputation, you do earn it yourselves. You aren't earning it under their auspice.
Yep. So we tried to get some information out of him, but he wasn't really forthcoming with anything at all. Didn't even blink when I mentioned Rakdos to him. So yeah, then we found Arena's family. We had to kind of like convince them, hey, we're not going to murder you. We're actually Arena and her crew. We're here to help. So they finally let us in, and we found out that Arena's parents got some levels, a cleric and a sorcerer.
I will take a second to point out that A, I did randomize what classes they got, and B, I did roll to see if they died for every single level. Admittedly, they were kind of kitted out with really good gear by the Church of the Raven Queen, so they had a really good chance of succeeding, but they still could have died.
I love that my
I was
father kind of followed in his father's footsteps by becoming a cleric. And then my mother is a sorcerer like Skiff.
Yeah, and I was like, what subclass would she be? She kind of goes a bit more Melora. Oh god, it's gonna be wild magic.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I noticed that too. I was gonna point that out next, that she kind of doesn't know what spells are gonna come out of her when she. So
I mean, anytime she casts a spell, she might cast Fireball on herself.
Yeah, that doesn't seem healthy.
No,
this is just EE's other way of murdering more of my family members.
I
Just
honestly,
slowly
genuinely,
them
I
off the
went
list.
back and forth. I was like, do I just flip their classes and be like, maybe your dad's like a clockwork sorcerer? No, the dice gave it. He's a cool cleric. I like the idea. Sod it. She might just die if she casts anything. It would be the worst way to kill your family, is that she tries to cast like,
And she
you
just
know,
blows
mage
up
armor
my whole family.
and explodes. Yeah.
Yeah. Then Skiff did some hitting on Arena's mom. It's like, oh, is this your sister, Arena? Oh, what a fetching young lass this is. How beautiful. And her dad was like, back off, man. And I was like, oh, pardon me, sir. I didn't say that part, but yeah, so we kind of got to meet all of Arena's family and what is Zoji and Joji?
Zoji and Joji.
Yep.
And Nevrin.
Yep.
Nevrin, yeah.
So they were all cute. Then we kind of went to check out this basement area where there's this ominous door, very foreboding, lots of darkness, right? Like a dark kind of magic, kind of floating in the air, kind of masking the area a little bit.
Kind of like you saw detect magic was like kind of like the energy given off by like a spell if you don't cast it, and it just kind of peters out, and you see the energy kind of but it was lingering more than that, because like you saw it just kind of going down the hallway and just kind of fading, kind of like mist, like tendrils of fog almost.
Yeah.
But you did see that like every time you were like casting light cantrips and stuff, they were just getting snuffed out.
Mm-hmm. So we basically found out that there's another order that maintains that area, which wasn't the Raven Queen, and that something is basically being held down there, from our understanding, and basically like kept and sealed away. Is kind of how it sounded to me, which we decided not to explore and mess with for once. So yeah, then we Perrin decided to run upstairs where he was going to go and loot the corpse of the fallen survivor, where he got some cool stuff that we were showing off earlier in the show. And he also got to speak with Athreos again, which was interesting. I think basically he can like become his patron. He's got some choices to make for sure. I can't remember exactly if Athreos gave what he said. He might have given me some more information that I'll miss out on if anyone wants to fill in there.
Benson?
He mentioned that all the magic items that Thenry and nicked, he chucked in the river so that they'd get scattered across the lower plains. Which sounds like the setup for like a whole big quest line, but it probably isn't really that, because they're just random magic items. It's not like, you know, your classic, the parts of the magic awesome thing have been scattered. It's like, no, I just stole a bunch of stuff and yeeted it into the void so that the Raven Queen Church couldn't use it.
I'm pretty sure that's where the things that we need to go find are.
Oh yeah, Perrin like wrestled a cultist and like also subdued him, and then left a guard with 1 HP to watch him. And then when he came
And
back,
tried to tie him up and rolled like a 7 to tie him up. So the
Yeah, like
cultist
Perrin
totally
thought
just
he'd
got
nailed
free.
it. Like he thought, oh yeah,
Yeah.
this guy ain't going anywhere.
it's like the guard standing over him, the guy's struggling, and as soon as he like snapped throw up, he's like, ugh!
I thought the guard would be kind of hanging around with everyone else, but it seemed like he ended up being on his own. But then he did manage to take out the cultist anyway, so he's just a badass. He needs a promotion.
Mm-hmm. And I can't
I mean, the
remember if
guard
it
got
was
first attack
Athreos.
effectively, yeah.
Was it Athreos or was it the guard that was like, what you're looking for is over there in the shack where the blood elemental had
Athreos.
basically come from? Yeah, it was Athreos.
Athreos had a hidden motivation in being like, yeah, I don't really like the fact that it's really hard to travel via the river right now because it's meant to go into the underworld, and I'm having trouble.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the magic seal's over there, but you know, in a more cryptic manner.
And he pointed our attention towards the shack, which Perrin began to investigate. Found a very bad blood sigil that was doing bad, evil things. And it
Yeah.
just
So-
checking it out was making us having to do saves. So,
Perrin discovered it. Looks like maybe a family had been brutally sacrificed to make some sort of blood magic. And I don't mean like modern necromancy, where like even revivify is technically necromancy because it involves the edge where death has happened, etc. You know, it involves the interface between life and death. It's technically not evil. And, you know, it has a bad rep because it's derived from earlier classic necromancy, which is evil, but necromancy itself isn't evil. However, whatever made the sigil classic necromancy, to give it a different term, death magic or blood magic, whichever you want to call it, it most definitely was. It involved effectively empowering the spell with the life essence of this family. And as Perrin tried to chip away at it with a sword, the sword kind of went in, and as he pulled it back, the rest of the sword didn't come out, and he was standing there holding half a short sword. Admittedly, it wasn't a short sword that he liked. He just had it since level 1, I think. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I think it was my like character creation items that was from. It's
most
seen a
important thing
lot.
that's
It's
ever
not
been
been
used-
used many times, but it's been.
It has been used once when you gave it to his brother for like 2 episodes, and that was it.
Dude,
you know.
didn't he throw it?
I
And
think-
like
Yeah, he literally
think
threw
he
it and
did-
killed
yeah.
someone
he
twice.
threw it and killed something.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. He's like, I don't know what to do with the
Twice.
sword.
He did
Chuck
it twice.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, he
like-
picked it up from the body and threw it at someone else. And I was like, it's not designed to be thrown, so
I
disadvantage.
think he like
Still did
crit,
it.
didn't he? It was ridiculous.
That
It
random
was
short
absurd.
sword's been on quite the adventure. It's been through so
The
many
first-
tower runs.
Yeah.
Anyway, Perrin was like, well, I know when my expertise has been thoroughly taken care of and I'm out of ideas, he says, having tried to stab it. He goes and gets Arena and Skith, who both proceed to investigate it. And Skith promptly rolls really low on his intelligence save as the spiral pattern drags him in. And by drags him in, he falls down, seemingly kind of unconscious. His body is technically alive, but there doesn't seem to be anyone home. They drag him away. He does seem to have been hurt. But that's it. The body is just completely unresponsive. Arena tries to figure out what's going on, tries to identify it. The energy from the spell is pulled in and devoured. She tries again, and this time manages to hold the spell just long enough to get some information back. And she learns that this is the Seal of Binding, kind of what they've seen a few different times, and they've seen the effects of a few times before. It can be made at different levels, depending on the complexity you make it, depending on the caster and the energy you put into it with sacrifice. They are consumable. They do not last forever. They eventually degrade. They prevent teleportation, planar portals within the area of effect. They prevent messaging. Telepathy can be stopped or can just result in like maddened whispering in the background of it. It can have other effects in the area. It gets a kind of red tint to the sky that makes it like nighttime, so there's no such thing as sunlight sensitivity. There can be issues with summoning. Summoned creatures sometimes come hostile, or they just arrive, and then when the time runs out, they become hostile, or they arrive and then they become neutral when the time runs out. The effects can be pretty bad. And then she noticed, because she rolled really, really well, that there was what she vaguely can recognize as a soul making its way down the spiral. As Skith had failed several more intelligence checks. Saves.
Which I'm
which
good
point,
at.
Having run out of ideas, Perrin was like, okay, I've got one trick. I've broken so many blades. I know what I'm good for. And he runs over and grabs the blade belonging to the survivor that she tried repeatedly to stab everyone with earlier and completely failed with. A very horrifically pointy looking, vampiric looking sword that may or may not be magical. No one really took time to tell, but it certainly looked like either someone had really made a cool cosplay item, or, you know, it was a magic sword. And so he tried to bring it down at the seal, and instead of breaking, it deviated and bounced. And Skith got very close. He reached the end of the plug hole that he was circling and felt a voice call out and offer him choice to be the champion. And he accepted.
All he
felt
said was
a
yes.
rush of power. That is enough. You felt a rush of power, and Skith managed to cast Dispel Magic at 7th level, despite not having any 7th level spell slots. Or even being able to cast 7th level spells at his level. With a somewhat terrible roll of a natural 1, he managed to use his meta magic to re-roll it, and with a very parliamentary 11, bought one more second, after which I would have potentially had to have talks about what happened to his soul. Perrin brought the blade back down with his extra attack, as he had a second attack in that second. And he did beat the AC of the seal. And the blade went in. Being a magic sword, it did break the seal. The seal made, obviously, of blood. The sword of the survivor was called Thirst Seeker. I never really intended any of the players to use it, because a successful history check, particularly by Arena, with some thought and thinking, or even just checking with the Church of the Raisin Queen, would have been like, yeah, no, these swords were made for vampires, and designed that when you stab or damage someone, it transfers a little bit of blood to them and feeds them. Like if you just, drank someone's blood. They have very little benefit for non-vampiric characters because they're kind of mostly just +1 weapons, if you ignore that aspect. However, being used on a seal made of blood, what happened was, and Bentham actually very well summed this up in the Discord at some point in the week. I saw it in a haze of COVID. Blade go in seal. Blade go, oh, blood. Okay. Seal go, oh, I'm broken. Seal fall apart. Blood go into Blade as Blade sucks up blood. Blade's like, okay, transfer to person wielding me. Seal's like, I'm getting destroyed. Do the destroying thing. Blade's like, oh no. The thing I was in is broken. I'm get ripped apart. The blade breaks. Perrin gets transferred. Destruction energy seal of binding directly into him. And then the GM goes, okay, we're going to need to break for a week so I can figure out what the fuck just happened. Because I never expected this confluence of events. And that is how we get to today. And I believe the last thing that happened was I made you make an athletics check to see if you could pull your hand away from the sword as the blood crept up it quickly enough. And you got a terrible roll, and so had failed. So this is happening. So let me find some more appropriate music.
The scene definitely plays very cool in my head because I'm imagining just like an instant where like 3 different things happen and magical effects kick in and go wrong and then everything explodes.
You can shoot it in kind of like a gritty Witcher TV show style, or you can shoot it in anime and have a 3-part like screen break as sword, seal, Perrin. You can do it a few different ways.
Yeah, no.
But all of it results in this. Perrin. The seal breaks. Skiff's eyes flash open as he's back inside his body. Irina gets knocked backwards as the thing that she was just studying cracks. The thing that was lodged in her mind that she was focusing on suddenly breaks. And although she managed to withstand it, the sudden fracture of the thing that had been trying to worm itself into her mind does make her take several paces back. You have missed nearly everything about that, as you suddenly realize the blade breaks in your hand and blood is shooting up into your arm, hitting the edge of your molten bronze armor that covers your entire body, and it is disappearing. It is not evaporating. It is not burning off. It is not becoming mundane and solid or anything like that. It is just pulling away and disappearing where the blood is hitting it. And you see that blood going into your skin. And this is all in the fraction of several seconds as you try and pull your hand away and find your hand kind of somewhat attached to the blade. And although you do manage to pull it away, it takes you about a second. That's all it takes. The seal, tiny bit of redness that was there. The blood looks very old, Dane. There's a shattering of steel, and the end of Thirstseeker to the ground. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. $21.
21. Okay. So I think because you passed that saving throw, you can have a choice on this rather than me being like either, it doesn't happen or anything like that. Just because I think the choice for a player is cooler.
Okay.
So the Dampier lineage is an option. It is effectively an overlay that you can put onto a race, and it can be put onto any race. I prefer to use the word species, but since we're being technical, it goes over a player's race. Strictly, it is kind of a pseudo, like, you're a tiny bit of a vampire, but not really. But actually, the mechanics are like, you are partially dead, and you get some benefits and some negatives. And I will quickly sum them up for you. If you wish to, you may become a Dampier. You don't have to, because you did pass the check.
I'm not familiar with these.
Sir Gallon's
Pretty
gonna
cool.
blast you.
Oh god.
I mean, we might blast you. No, I'm just
So you gain a hunger,
Huh.
which is a thing that you kind of thirst for. It can be blood, flesh, fluid, psychic energy, dreams, or life energy. I would be like, there is one that is thematic here. And you also gain, you don't need to breathe. You have dark vision already. I think your walking speed would increase. I'd have to double check that. You gain spider climb, so you can just walk on vertical surfaces with no issue. You'd have a
Just all the
vampiric
time?
bite. Yeah, all the time.
Kind of cool.
You'd have a vampiric bite, but it doesn't
Yeah,
actually
Dampiers are
necessarily
cool.
involve like teeth. For you, it would probably be a bit more like a
creepy
dementor kind
arm.
of, but probably with your arm. Yeah.
yeah, like an arm sucking thing. That'd be cool.
Yeah. I think that is the general bit of it. I'm looking up in the lineages just to check what happens if you're applying it over the top.
You're gonna have to wear like some kind of like illusion over your arm sometimes or something. Kind of how like Vanya did. Could be interesting.
I mean, he
Kind
wears
of how
plate
Gallant
armor a lot.
does on his
Oh
face.
yeah, you have plate.
Um,
Oh yeah, Sir Gallant. Something weird going on with that. That's for
if
sure.
you choose to, you would effectively gain a 5-foot move speed increase. You'd still be humanoid.
So I wouldn't count as undead.
You wouldn't count as undead. No.
Okay, that's.
It's still
I don't
fun.
want to be smoked.
You don't need to breathe. You suddenly would just not need to breathe. That wouldn't be a thing that's required of you.
That's really awesome.
You would
Concerning,
have a
but
hunger
awesome.
for life energy.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have a vampiric bite, which would be a natural weapon, which you would add your constitution modifier instead of your strength modifier to the attack and damage rolls when you attack with it. It deals d4 piercing damage on a hit. When you're missing half or more of a hit points, you advantage on the attack roll. And when you attack and hit a creature that isn't a construct or undead, you gain hit points equal to piercing damage dealt, and you gain a bonus next attack or ability check, and the bonus equals piercing damage dealt by the bite. Or, I guess the impact of your arm.
I'm just imagining you like sucking the life out of something with one arm and then just like cutting into it with another weapon. Like
It
ridiculous.
doesn't necessarily need to be your arm. Like it is a mouth attack by the word of this, and if you're using the arm for something else, I would be like, I don't want to disadvantage you. I don't know why I had trouble with that. Disadvantage you by being like, it's an arm instead of a mouth. You'd be like, well, I use that arm to do stuff. So I'd be like, you can use that arm even if you're doing it something else, because it's a mouth, because you don't have to use your hands. But I'd say you can use it regardless of if the hand is holding something. You don't need to make the decision now. You can choose up to the end of downtime as this effect takes hold or not. However, regardless, that arm, the armor that you wear, is hold and damaged and will now never reform the way it once did. The damaged molten bronze skin that was fixed when you got breathed on by a dragon becomes damaged once more. The AC will drop back to that splint and not be plate anymore.
And presumably this can't be fixed by dragon's breath like before, because before it had cooled and needed like warming up to.
Yeah, that
Word.
had cooled after being in a place
Whereas
for
in
a
this
long
case,
time without
there's
being.
just bits missing now.
You would need a very good artificer who maybe kind of has experience with this kind of crafting, but it would probably cost, half the cost of making the thing from scratch, maybe. It is gone. Like, the bits are gone. It just doesn't have the material anymore. So molten bronze skin is now 17 rather than 18 AC again. And your arm, as the molten bronze skin pulls back, and Arena looks over, and Skith, the head comes up a little bit. It has exposed meat and bone, and you can see that there are plenty of places where there are just huge gouges, almost like someone has taken like a thick pen and just pushed it straight through your arm, where your blood vessels would be. You take let me close all my million tabs.
I didn't do much healing up after that time that Gallant briefly killed me earlier.
Yeah, we didn't get to heal much. I think I healed you a bunch.
Yeah,
you didn't
you
heal
healed
yourself
me.
or anything.
Player dice. Roll title. Perrin's arm explodes. And then you take 36 points of necrotic damage.
I am down.
And you watch Perrin, as he raises the arm, just goes over backwards.
I had 25, including my temporary hit points.
Are we still under the effects of the safe house?
No, you're outside of it.
Okay.
And my death
Okay.
protection thingamabob was used up by
Ended a while
Gallant
back.
It
already,
was
so
used
I
up
am
already, yeah.
I'm at negative 11.
Yeah, so Arena's like... Skith is back up, right? I got him.
You can see
Yeah.
his eyes and kind of head tilt up.
Okay, so I got him up.
Yeah. You can see
You-
the seal broken and like cracked in the center. The sword shattered. Perrin's arm
Okay,
explodes. You go down.
yeah, Arena's like...
Try not to move too much. I'll be right back.
And then Arena's like gonna run over to Perrin, and I don't think she can really drag him out of there because he's like by the seal, right?
He's basically kind of next to or on top of it.
Yeah,
Probably on top,
It's
judging by
all
where he
gone
is.
dark now, so there's that.
It is definitely
Okay.
It's
over. It
destroyed.
is dark.
Okay, I'm
and
not
cracked.
taking like weird saving
No.
throw. Okay. Okay, then I will just stab him with one of my
Another
cure wounds thing.
sword.
No,
Oh, okay.
with my
You
cure wound.
pull out one
My
of your like
injections, yeah.
cure wound syringes and you stab him with a
I need to make
lovely
a new
D8.
syringe that is not linked to my spell.
Sure. Do you want to do that for you? Oh, 13. Damn.
That's pretty good heal, actually.
Nice.
Perrin, you you look down. Your arm is still pretty wrecked.
So his parent comes to, he's like, it's Skith's alright. Did it work?
I'm here, yes. Just barely.
I like look down at my arm. What did I just do?
I don't know if you're all right. Something's wrong with your arm. Korvabat.
And Korvat's gonna like try to help
Ah.
lift you, and so we can get away from whatever the hell this thing is.
Yeah, I'll like get up and move out of there. Looking back at like, so is there just fragments of the was it is the sword still like just in? Is it a half of the sword, or did it like break apart as well?
It's half the sword because you actually plunged it in because it started
Okay.
to drink the blood.
Right,
It's
it
not
just
like all the
sheared
way.
and
It's
then
not all the way like the short sword did. It didn't go like all the way in, like, pushing it into water and then it didn't come out again. This one kind of went in like 4 inches, like you were pushing it into the ground. you felt resistance. Like it wasn't like pushing it into, silk or something. This was pushing it into something like earth or solid, It went in a few inches and then the end snapped. And your Thirstseeker's there and section is just sheared off and there's a snapped bit of metal as well. But most of the blade is intact.
Yeah, and I
But
think
it
Arena
does look
says,
broken.
I think you fixed it. It's now not all lit up or whatever. And
You can see
I
that
think your
as you
sword is
say that,
broken now.
it's fading and starting to disappear.
Skid's soul went back
Contracting.
into his body, I think.
Arena looks back at Skith. Like, is that
I-
Skith? I don't know.
I
I
think
hope
it's
so.
me. Do I remember what happened to me? Something strange happened, though I was in a darkness and I was being pulled in and a voice was calling to me, telling me to give up and that I was going to die. And then from the opposite direction, something called out to me. I could barely make out what it said, but it wanted me to be its champion, and I agreed to save myself.
What
Wait.
do you mean?
There were two voices?
Ooh.
Yes, one was very angry and sounded like it wanted me dead. The other was much more muffled and hard to understand. But I think it helped save us.
But at what price?
It broke the sword. I don't even know what that sword is. I just assumed it might be magic and so might be more useful than something mundane. It worked, but
You're really growing a habit of breaking swords.
well, at least it wasn't my
Need
sword
to
this
get that
time.
looked at. That is a very grievous wound.
Mm.
Yeah,
I don't
you can
think I
add
can heal that one.
you can add a flaw to your character sheet, which is unhealing arm. Your
I
arm does
thought
not
so.
seem to heal. Left arm matters.
Mm. Yeah, and Parentestis, I use my remaining level 2 spell slot to cure wounds myself.
The rest of you feels better, but that feeling does not extend down into that arm. And you watch that, like, as blood kind of gets a bit more life into it and starts pumping around, you feel the blood surging within your body. A little bit does leak down that arm.
Do you want some healing as well, Cobalt?
I have 8 HP, so it's up to you. I have no way to heal myself.
Arena will hand you a couple syringes.
It's
That
not,
doesn't seem right. There's
It is. Yeah, you've just rolled 3 8s in a row. It has actually rolled it.
how?
Really?
You've been very lucky. Don't question it. But the
It
inline
didn't-
roller is working.
It didn't query me on the level for
I
my
don't-
cure wounds.
That can't be right. Something has to be wrong.
Roll once more.
Okay, when I'm clicking it, nothing's happening actually.
Okay.
Yeah, we go.
I
It's
just-
working. You rolled
yeah.
4 8s in a row.
Jeez.
When I'm clicking it, nothing's
you can
happening,
have
but it's
all
making the
four
roll
of-
sound.
all 4 of those heals.
Man,
Let me look at your sheet.
I'll try it as an attack.
So 20.
Okay, it lets me do it
30,
as an attack. I
Wait,
was
that-
rolling it from the spell list. That might have been why it broke.
Oh yeah, never roll anything from the spell list.
That's a terrible roll.
Yeah,
I-
that-
Unless it's literally just like a description, a spell,
that tops me off, but my maximum HP is trashed right now.
So
Yeah.
So Skid's max HP is still dropped.
Oh yeah.
And then
He's
it's
had
like-
multiple blood draining effects.
I think it's like 16 total. I'm down. No, 18. 18.
I think it's
18.
8
I'd have
because
to
there was
double check,
a
but-
3 and then a 15, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pern will look at Skaith and be like, I hope that's not permanent, but I think this might be, and like rubs his arm.
We can lop it off if you want.
I'm not sure if that's preferable. Though my opinion might change.
Doesn't look good.
We could have Arena make one of those little grabby arms for you, like we made for the pink T-Rex.
But you still need
Oh,
a hand
really?
to operate that. I don't know
Get
if
the
that's
grabby mouth.
I could make one that doesn't require a hand.
I'm just trying to make you feel better.
we can.
It would take more effort.
Sure, someone at the church can take a look at it when we get back, or even one of the
Arena
people here.
kind of looks sadder when you mention the church.
I want to look outside and see if the sky is still red.
You can see very kind of faint tinges at the horizon. Slightly pink-ish, but the time that's passed, everything else is gone.
Do you
I
think
think that did it.
there's anything else we need to do here? I'd like to get back to my family.
I'd better have done it, and yes, we should try and get back to Bahira.
Raina, can you hear this? No. Okay, I'll try again in 5 minutes.
Oh, Pietro sent a message.
Arena will reply back.
Pietro, how are you? Are you alright?
It's working. Okay. Running. Everything here is fine. People started coming in. We got some people teleporting in from all over. The weird sky stopped. Teleporting started. Was that you? Did you save the world again?
A lot has happened, more than I'm going to be able to explain. But we are alright, and my family is safe.
Okay. So, shall I tell them they don't need to send their reinforcements?
Arena will say to everyone else,
Pietro's asking if they need to send
Behind you, you hear a... And like, about 10 people just show up right in front of the gate and just rush into the gate. And you're kind of at the base of the hill, so you don't really have a chance to kind of stop them as you just like, oh, those are the reinforcements.
I think there are already reinforcements on their way.
Okay, you okay?
I don't know. I think I'm okay.
That seemed awfully cryptic.
I know, I will have a lot to explain to you when we get back. Just stay safe.
Okay. Miss you.
I miss you too. Be careful.
It's been like 2 hours. 2 very, very
know.
eventful hours.
2
It's so
hours.
long away.
Pietro hasn't been as eventful, but Pietro's been in a charnel house for 2 hours, surrounded by dead people.
And it is 2 pangolin hours. Which is presumably more than human
Yeah.
hours. I'll go over and meet
Also,
the
he's been with-
reinforcements.
he's been with us forever. Since he was like a little baby.
Karen, you go...
The guys that have come running in, I want to tell them that like everything's all right.
You're at the base of the hill. They teleported at the top right in front of the gate and went in.
Oh, so
you gotta
they're
go
already-
into the compound?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. They didn't teleport far away. They teleported right and went straight in.
Right. I will go back up that way because I want to like check in with the IOD people and these new reinforcements and make sure everything's good and we're good to go, and maybe also be like, hey, anyone an expert in like dark magical injuries? I know that there's probably better resources back at VRS, but this feels like, a good thing to get a quick initial appraisal on.
Okay.
I mean,
You
I can do a
walk-
medicine check, but it's probably not going to be the best.
You can if you want to stop Perrin for a minute just to do it once over, but you have to ask him to hold.
No.
Okay.
They're
Perrin,
probably more equipped for that. I'm not like a healer, so if someone
wanna
else
skip?
can do it, yeah.
I would do it.
Look at his face.
You and
Okay.
Skith wait at the bottom of the hill as Perrin, with half an arm of armor missing.
I think we're going up too because we're trying to
Okay,
get
you
back
walk
to the
with him.
house. So, but I
Covered
think
in broken bits
Corbin
of
Bot will help
blade.
Skith or
Okay.
help Perrin go up there.
Okay. Perrin's a bit healed. He's good, but
Yeah, I've
he's
got
still
a
going for the
couple-
top.
I'm up to 29 hit points, including temporary. I false lifed again and everything.
Oh, okay, all right.
And
Maybe I
the
will
guard
ride
who's
with
still there is like, "What? I thought we were safe." He looks at your arm and then throws up.
Gonna
Don't
break-
do that.
I'm
It's
gonna
the
cover
last
it up
thing I
with
need.
cover up the arm with my cloak.
Behind him is probably like 3 Raven Queen like regalia warriors. You kind of vaguely recognize them as probably Evan Claw. They kind of look at you and then are like looking at the arm and like,
We found the seal and we broke it.
"What seal do you mean? Sorry?"
The one preventing the teleportation and, as I understand, a few other things.
I didn't know that was what was stopping us, but we teleported in as soon as we were able.
There's also
you're
a
able-
murdered family in the shack
Are we
that
still
was
behind?
used to
Like,
create it.
because he went up ahead. Because I
You
want
said
to
you
talk.
were them.
Okay.
Okay, if you want
I
to
mean,
grab
you can be with me, or you
Skith,
can
as he's
stayed
hold
behind.
Skith back and talk to Skith, you can.
Yeah, I was actually typing because I was like, I want to have a conversation with Skith before we get up
Okay,
to
Skith?
where.
Arena
never
tries to
mind.
kind of subtly like pull you back because Perrin's walking up. Do you want to stay back?
Yes, what is it?
Okay.
But
well,
we-
we'll
you can
cut to
finish
that in a
their
moment
conversation,
then, as Skith kind of pulls back with Arena. Perrin, you realize that you're up there with the guards kind of alone, and the guards are like looking at you. These guards don't recognize you, so this plays slightly differently. They're like, "You see the arm?
I'm
It might
gonna,
be undead.
I'm gonna put up.
Someone cast."
I'm gonna put up the right hand and be like, "It's all right. I'm not here to cause any harm. If you have to do detection magics or anything, by all means."
You have
Hey.
a weapon out.
I mean, he probably would have put the sword away at this point because, like, it's clear these people are
Okay.
Raven Queen people. He's like, yeah, the seal was the last
Keep
thing
your
to deal
hands
with.
to your side.
Yep, I'll just stand there as
Hands
they like.
to your side.
Yeah, I put hands to the side.
The guard, who you've talked to a fair bit, throws up again, seeing your hand. It's kind of the pinky kind of like swings a little bit.
Okay, yep. Yeah, and as they,
He helped save everyone.
yep, you can speak. There's
It could be an imposter. You said there was some pretend to be people. Fair point.
the paladins of Iomedae inside will verify that I was working with them before, but you should. It is good policy to check if I'm in disguise. The arm
They
injury is
cast
new. That happened
Good
about.
and evil.
That happened in the last few minutes.
After like a couple of minutes of just some basic questions and a couple of spells, one of them does head inside, comes back a minute later. They don't get anyone from the Church of Iomedae. Instead, they get someone you don't recognize. Big, bulky fellow. You don't know this guy. He's human. He is tanned, which is very unusual for most of the people in the Dead Cities. And unlike most of the rest of the Church of the Raven Queen warriors, he isn't technically wearing any armor. He is wearing kind of like what is literally a mantle. It's a top part of armor that goes at the top of the shoulders, the very top of the chest, and then it's connected to a cape. The cape is sable black. The actual bit of the armor is a very fine kind of covering of feathers that are made of metal, but it's not actually really armor. It's more ornamental. And he's mostly bare-chested, which for winter in the Dead Cities is a bit extreme. And you can see that he has like two very curved swords, one on each side. He comes forwards towards you, and he is a good 6 inches taller than you. Make a wisdom or an intelligence roll.
I'm gonna go with intelligence, because it's one better. 9.
9. No, you've met Bone. Yeah, you recognize this guy isn't human. He's technically a Goliath. He's a little small for a Goliath. He is a Goliath. So, I'm not from round here, but I'm told that you are one of the people who did this. And he just kicks one of the bodies nearby of one of the cultists, and it rolls over 3 times. And it's just a gentle kick.
We were summoned to assist with, well, the aftermath of the attack in Vihiras. And we learned that the perpetrator came here. The mission was to kill one or more of the Cogdear family.
Make a persuasion roll. You have advantage.
Nice. 26.
He leans forwards. And I hear the one who killed the Cogdears could wear anyone's face.
That is true, yes.
Well, had to check. Fair enough. You're Perrin Velderal then.
Did I introduce myself to? I don't think that's cool.
No, you didn't. I assume that's in character. You seem like slightly taken aback and then assume it.
Yeah, there's a moment where Perrin's like, "Oh, I guess he's got some way of working it out. I'm not going to question it."
Sending's back up.
That's good. The seal responsible for blocking teleportation, communication, presumably some other things. It was in that shack down there. It was powered by the blood of a large number of murdered people. I may have not used the smartest method of breaking it, but it did work. I may have suffered the price.
I was going to say no point to continue because technical gubbins isn't really my strong suit, but breaking stuff, I can get behind that. He looks at the arm. Did what needs to be done. Fair play. I don't know if we've got anyone who can cast Regenerate in this region. As far as I know, the last person who could was in the House of the Dead.
Well, my initial attempts at healing it haven't worked, so I'll just have to make do for now.
Have you tried warm water?
I can give it a go.
Not really one for healing. Maybe speak to... Who should... Miranda Dark. Miranda Dark at the House of the Dead. Not from around here. Teleport half a continent to get here. I've been here once, and that was 30 years ago. Apologies if I don't exactly know what I'm talking about.
Whereabouts are you from?
Smashing stuff, killing stuff, protecting fun.
Whereabouts are you from? Is there a southern branch, I suppose?
Oh, well, there's churches everywhere. We are a smaller church, Raven Queen being a newer goddess, but we need to make sure the dead go where they're intended. Personally, I'm from the mountains, a fair way south. Don't know if you've heard of them.
I presume I know like the name of the mountains. Not that I've ever like.
Oh, you don't need to make a check. You don't need to make a check.
Yeah, like there was a Goliath I met once from around there. Went by the name of Bone. Was a nickname.
Oh yeah, Bone. What do you think all Goliaths know each other?
He's from the same range? I don't know. I don't know how many of you there are. My apologies.
The mountain range is hundreds of kilometers long.
Well, good to
No.
know there's multiple tribes.
There's not that many tribes. It wouldn't be impossible. I don't know him though. Myself, I don't come from one of the more dedicated to sitting on the top of a mountain and staring at your own arse tribes. We spend most of our time below the Storm Fell Mountains. Near the ruins of Turvosk. A lot of unquiet dead around there. Finding the church, the Raven Queen, was good for the region.
Makes sense. Glad to know that there's reinforcements. I saw what happened in the church in Vihiras. They're gonna need some support.
Well, there's not as many reinforcements as most churches. Don't let the pretty boys in the fancy armor hear me say it, but we're lucky they were around.
It's good to have allies in these times. This might only be the start of things.
Oh, curious. Paladin warlocks, from what I understand.
You're saying more curious paladin warlocks?
Oh, you're the curious paladin warlock.
We don't choose our mix.
True. You might think it's a little bit cliched. Straight up barbarian. So, what are you gonna do?
Plenty of times we need one.
Ain't that the truth? Not too bad for a warlock. We got it sorted here. You should get the arms scene too. We ain't got anyone who's able to really deal with whatever that is. Everyone I brought here is 100% good at fighting, not so good at manky arm syndrome.
Right. Yes, we'll get back to Vihiras. And we'll keep an eye on things at the church in case anything else happens.
Don't worry, we weren't the only people who came to the church. That vault, only thing we got close to sacred relics. That church, oldest real actual building we got. Looks around the house and is like, second thought, this probably is. I don't know, I wasn't one for history.
Right, well, pleasure meeting you. Good to see the house is in safe hands.
Not gonna ask for a name.
If you want to give one.
Hands. Yeah. I'm glad you didn't make the joke.
I'm glad I didn't know before I said it.
Yeah. Don't you
Either-
dare.
Good to have the help. Aaron's gonna see his way out.
Like him. Okay, in that like 8 minutes, Skiff, Arena grabs you by, I was gonna say that arm, but Arena's like 2 foot tall. Arena grabs you by the back of the kneecap.
I don't think she grabs him. She
Okay.
just she just says, "Keith," like really quietly.
Hold up.
Yes. What is it?
I don't really want to alarm you, but after all of that, and I just watched you walk a little bit, and I noticed that none of the silver stars are left. The ones on your cloak.
What?
Yeah, so if you like take off your cloak and look at it.
Let me spin it around.
Yep, please check your character sheet. You'll notice you have no charges left in your cloak.
I was actually just scouring my character sheet looking for something because you said that you had made a change that I wouldn't see yet. And I,
As you
I
look
didn't
at your
notice that
cloak,
though. I couldn't find anything.
It looks like a very, very fine cloak. The weave is magnificent. The fabric is very high quality. The thread is fantastic. But while you can kind of see there's a vague illusion of depth and some kind of nebula to it, it no longer has anywhere near the depth. It no longer actually looks like you're looking into the night sky, and there are none of those silver stars.
I have a theory of what might have happened. You said you heard someone talking to you. You think maybe it was Mistra?
What do I know about Mistra?
Make a history check.
You did a lore of legends on the cloak. And it was kind of, we got a
Yeah.
vibe that maybe she made the cloak. Essentially.
14. Mistra was a very old goddess, maybe one of the early goddesses, whose domain was magic. She may have had other domains, maybe that were given away to other gods later on or anything. A lot of the earlier gods had kind of bigger portfolios that then were kind of given away or taken, but like her main thing was always magic. She was killed just before the beginning of the Cataclysm. at the age of technology. And that is what kind of led to the cataclysm. You've got two different real sides of thought about why the cataclysm then happened. Either the gods were like, humans know your place, don't happen again, or the gods had repeatedly been like, humans, you're wiping yourself out. Not humans, sorry, humanoids. I know humanoids before humans in this setting is a bit weird, but we're using a retroactive language and translating it. The word in the world is probably not humanoids. Anyway, humanoids, know your place. The other option is like, humanoids, you're kind of wiping yourselves out. You're making weapons of mass destruction and then plagues of genetically modified stuff, like spell plagues that are killing people and everything. And like, we're gonna have you gotta stop doing. And then they killed Mistra, and then they were like, you just killed the god's magic. And then cataclysm, everything changed from then on. The second content, etc., which you now know is kind of not true. People fled to Ursuline, Towers, Divine Ban, etc. But Mistra was one of the oldest gods, goddess of magic, pretty neutral but kind of good-ish. So she'd probably lie somewhere on the good neutral border. You don't know exactly which line. And she'd probably lie in the neutral lawful boundary, so you don't know which line of that she'd fall on. She was not chaotic. She was not evil by any margin, though. But she was very much more neutral in terms of, here is magic. Magic is for your use. As opposed to, I give the magic to the good people. No bad. Like, again, another kind of process-based god, a bit like the Raven Queen is. Death is a process. It affects equally, kind of thing.
And Arena will. Oh, let's you're done. You're done. Arena will say,
You said that she asked you to be her champion? Or something of that sort? That seems very like her. Although, what does that say about Silverhand? Are they dead?
I don't know. I've not spoken to many gods. I think maybe Athreos was the closest I've come, but whatever it was, it sounded very distorted.
Well,
It
if you
was-
start getting abilities like the Silver Fire ability, then you know.
I'm rather sad about my cloak. It looked so nice. It still looks nice, but where could those stars have gone?
Arena looks up at the sky and then looks back at Skith.
Maybe to help you survive. Anytime we try to bring back someone to life, there has to be some semblance of balance, right?
I don't know if that is what it is, but it does seem I've struck some sort of deal. I did it hastily, but I don't have any regrets. I went with my gut, and I've still a lot more to do before my time is to come.
I still say you should be careful about who you make deals with. But if it is Mistra, there could be worse people you could be making deals with.
Ah, yes, you are wise beyond your year. Oh, wait. You're older than me.
Arena smiles.
Quite a bit older, I'll point out. He's over double your age.
Yeah, how old are you?
I think I'm like third. I'm like old for a. I'm getting like old for a dragon.
You're
Dragon
like
born.
41 or
You hit the
42.
bio
You've been on
the
the
bio
run for
tab.
20, and you went
Yeah.
on the run when you were like 20. So I think you're
Yeah.
like 40-ish.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like 2/3 through my life already.
I need to update mine to 99.
We only live till like 60, I think. Like 60-ish.
Mhm.
From what I read. Hmm. Well, I appreciate the concern. We'll keep an eye out for anything else unusual, but I think right now we should be focused on Perrin and his arm.
I don't
And your
know
family.
much about healing arms like that, so hopefully someone from the church can help.
Yes, the best I could do is poke it with a stick.
I think that is probably not the best idea.
I mean, if we poke it with one of your sticks, it might help. One of your little syringes.
You did that.
Oh, right.
I
You
tried.
tried that.
It didn't really help his arm, but it did bring him back.
Well, we could always graft dragon scales onto it.
Ooh, that could be cool.
Don't think it'll help with the pain, but it would look nice. Then he
Or
could
maybe-
dragon punch for real.
I could make him a crazy arm thing.
Hmm. Well, let's go
let's-
see if he's made any progress.
Hope we can heal it up.
Yes,
and Arena
um,
will hop onto Corvid Bot to like go a little faster then. So she's not like following behind Skip
not
or
that
making
big
him
of a
walk really
hill.
slow.
It's not that big of a hill. You'll have had to stop to have that conversation. Like, remember, you walked that hill in 3 rounds of combat,
Yeah.
and you completely dominated the field in 4, I think, and you actually walked it in 1. I can't remember. Anyway,
Yeah.
point
I
being
just
is-
walk slower than other people because I have short
Yeah.
legs.
as
I
you
will
go,
say,
walk up towards Parent. Oh. Is there-
I was gonna say one more thing to Arena. I was gonna say, I will say your family seems very nice. I can feel the love there. It must be nice to have family that you can count on like that.
Oh, it is wonderful. I love them dearly. This is actually the longest I've ever been away from them. I've lived this last few months have been the only time I've ever been away from home, really. We traveled a little bit here and there where we moved whenever my family changed homes, but we lived in our treehouse for so long. Many, many years. And my mom, she is wonderful and always cooks delicious meals. You should see her. She would be feeding you forever. And my father is smart and tough and mostly just practical, as you probably noticed. They kind of make a perfect team. My little brother, he's a little more quiet and squeamish, but he's very smart. And I was thinking about maybe giving him some of the books that we had before from the tower. I don't think we have a use for them anymore. Maybe he would enjoy reading them. And Soji and Joji, well, they're still very little. But I hope that this doesn't have a negative effect on them as they grow up.
I think they'll be fine as long as you have one another. I believe it is only an asset and not a weakness. I think my family could learn a lot from yours.
They are very
Except for my
loving.
brother, I'm going to kill him.
Do you think you could make amends with him?
Arena, he just killed an entire camp of my friends and family.
And for that, he should pay the consequence of.
He's done far more than that. If not by my hand, then maybe the law of the land. Surely a death sentence is justice.
Hmm. I suppose that is what many people think. That should be the way to cure or for the consequence for others causing death. But is it not worse to live your life having to remember what you did? And the guilt?
Only if you have a conscience.
How do we
It's now
know
gonna
if
spend-
someone has one or hasn't?
This is now going to spend the entire downtime developing the spell Summon Conscience.
Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty handy, actually.
I'm here for
Give
it.
somebody a conscience. I didn't want to
Arena says-
talk about him anymore. Let's catch up with Baron.
All right.
And Arena will just like give your leg a big hug.
I hope you know
Baron.
that Karen and I will always be your family.
You come down the hill to see Arena hugging Skip's leg and saying, I hope you know Karen and I will always be your family. It seems like a really heartwarming moment. Nothing heavy was going on.
I'll walk up and say, it looks like things are secure here now. We've got a new friend from the Stormfell Mountains. His name is Hans, apparently.
Does he
I
know
bet he can
Bones?
lend us a hand.
He doesn't know Bone, I did ask.
Are you sure?
I mean, I guess I didn't say Bone's full name, but he said he's from
Is
a
he
different
from the same
area.
tribe?
No.
Are you to assume that all Goliaths know one another?
No, but if he's from where he, the ruins in Stone
Those
Town,
mountains
I-
are hundreds of kilometers.
I think the only person from Bone's tribe left alive is Bone. I think it may have been like that for a while.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about that. I think the other seal you broke may have something to do with what happened to Bone's family too.
The important thing right now is that just rolled a 23
second.
to hear Skid's Hands jokes. He should change his name to Ears.
He doesn't pick his name. Yeah, you take 1 HP of damage, the stone hits you in the back of the head.
What the fuck? Oh no. Ah. What was that?
Well, even at that, maybe he can help Bone find the tribe that he was looking for.
I don't think
I've-
Bone.
I think
I don't think there's anything to find.
don't we have enough on our plate to deal with already, Arena? Can't
But
be
he's
going
right
off on some
there.
side mission. Look at Perrin's pinky, it's barely hanging on to the rest of his hand.
At some
I
point,
understand, but I still want to talk to him.
I think it would be a decent idea to travel to the Stormfell Mountains to the site that tribe was protecting. See if there's anything we can learn from it.
there is totally a tower there that is focused around strength and lightning, but cool.
Yeah, 2 things I'm not good at.
Yeah, okay, that's fair, but like,
I know the rest of them are good at it.
Yeah, the problem about
Actually,
showing
I'm
up
lightning.
to
I can do lightning.
the problem, like, is it called the Storm Tower? Is that its name, or Storm Spire?
Yeah,
Storm Spire.
Mm.
Stormspire.
Yeah, the problem about showing up to the Storm Spire is, isn't it kind of a front line between the Deccan League and the
actual tower
Lumarian
is only a
Empire?
few kilometers right
Yes,
behind one of
very
the
much
biggest
so.
fortifications where there is a kind of a constant siege warfare against the Lamarian Empire going
Okay,
on.
it is an active
And
war. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember if it was a hot
Yeah.
war or a cold war, so it's a hot war. Cool.
Oh, it's a hot war, but like it's the colder form of a hot war where it's
It's a
siege,
lukewarm
but a long
war.
siege.
a Luke war, if you will.
And you're affiliated with the Lamarian Empire, although
Yeah.
only tentatively, but yes.
So showing up there could be a little awkward, and getting tower access could be a lot more awkward. But we could swing
So-
by.
Break the siege in favor of the Lamarian Empire,
No.
and just get access to the tower.
No, we're not
Hey!
giving the Lumarian Empire a 4th tower. We can't. No.
I made this map so you could break it, and you've been making very, very good attempts to leave it intact. You didn't even break near death.
Oh dear. Would be interesting if we had broken near death. Like, what would anyone have access to the tower now if that was the case? Would it just be like, yeah, city's full of zombies, no one can go in there?
Zombies would come out with levels, maybe. Be really unlikely.
Oh god, could
Enough went in.
No, zombies do it with
Eventually.
souls.
yeah, I was gonna say
It
like
requires a soul.
yeah, I was like surely a zombie
With
couldn't get
undead,
levels.
it requires whether the undead has a soul or not. Because some undead are intelligent, they must have a soul. Some don't. Yeah, zombies don't.
Just imagining like 70 zombies going through a tower floor, just like getting constantly murdered, just falling off
But 'cause
cliffs.
it's like Takeshi's Castle. You just put enough people through, one comes out.
Yeah, one zombie emerges. He has no idea the importance of what has just happened to him, but he
It's
is
a
now
bird
magic.
zombie. What have we created?
Oh,
Okay.
dear.
Got to like play the drums or cymbal or something, and he can just slap a bunch.
Oh, you're getting one of like those what they're called, like one-man band suits, so that
Hmm.
every time he walks around. Yeah. Anyway,
Mm.
So, yeah,
you do have access under the Iron Empire to 2 towers you haven't been in, and the Ashir Sanctuary has another tower, and that would get you 9 levels. You're at level 11. Technically, if you wanted, you do have access to all levels to get you to level 20. However, if you wanted to try and do a get every tower, that's a different story.
Can we even still
Arena-
do that at this point?
Yeah.
We have to go into all the towers after we're level 20 and best all the heralds, of course.
Oh my god.
That's how you become a god. That's what the Raven Queen did.
Oh no,
Oh, no.
it might be.
Arena will say,
Did any of the clerics know what to do with your arm?
I don't think they've really got the resources here. I'll have to go back to Bahioras.
Oh no. That
Right.
means it's more serious than we thought.
Oh, I knew it was serious.
Is that not hurt?
Yeah, does it hurt?
Is it actively hurting at this moment? I imagine it probably is, or...
it
Okay.
hungers.
no.
It's
Exactly
like,
the
"Mm,
opposite.
feed
Which
me,
is
father."
weirdly sensationless.
Oh.
You can
Uh,
feel kind of pressure. Cannot really feel temperature on it. And you don't really feel any pain. You can feel pressure.
Zaburn will answer, no. I think I prefer if it did hurt.
I'll poke it with a stick.
That
You can
He's
feel
been
it being
wanting to
poked
do
with a
that
stick.
this whole
It's
time.
kind of like a area poke with a stick rather than the exact location.
Hmm.
So you can't feel the pain of the exact location. You feel kind of the pressure.
Cool.
Gross.
And as you do so, like, kind of a little bit coagulated blood and a little bit of what appears to be Arena's injection potion kind of seeps out, but it's kind of a bit gunked and old because that normally is broken down and used by the body within 6 seconds. So yeah.
That does not look right.
Yes, cover
No.
that thing up.
I'll
You just had
put
it covered up.
behind the cloak.
Pull your cloak of pack tactics, or it's called, over it.
To wrap that thing up like a mummy.
I might need to. We can get back
Yes,
to...
let's go seek you some help.
Yeah, I think it's safe for us to head back now. There's plenty of protection here. Between Raven Queen support and Iamade support, they've got it covered.
Not sure where my family's going to go now.
Maybe they can still stay here. As long as there's adequate protection. It sounds like this place needs to be defended anyway, so it remains.
How
A
are they
place
going
that
to
needs to
get
be
more
kept safe.
levels? if they stay here.
I don't think they should be getting any more levels.
Oh, your mother did say she might fireball herself.
Arena looks at him concerned.
No matter how many levels she gets, fireballing herself still kills the kids. So she can't change that with levels.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, that's the downside. So, yeah. Also, 3 is a natural breakpoint with the world system where people like have to travel to go to another place, blah 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 blah. And their whole point was to protect the kids. They're not going to travel, exposing themselves to danger of traveling when.
And the Church of the Raven Queen isn't going to have any particular influence over owners of other towers.
They
Worried,
have
worried-
certain
worried.
trade agreements with others so that religious organizations can
Yeah,
deliberately.
like everyone
up-level
can
their
have
people,
exchange
but-
programs, but they don't have any like extra leverage over anyone, I imagine.
I'm already worried about Corbin. Apparently, he's going back in some of the other towers. I just hope he comes out safe.
He's a survivor.
It is true. But I don't trust he wants to kill my family.
When Bentham said he's a survivor, he actually meant he was the survivor.
Dun dun dun! Plot twist: we've never seen them in the same
Pulls off
room.
mask. You killed him. Anyway, they were all using blades of broken mirrors. Do you wish to travel back? You don't have the help of a helpful boat person.
You can use the cube
You've used it today.
the next
Hasn't been a long
day.
rest.
I
You can
think
use
I-
it next day, but it's 24 hours really. You
Would there be any
did a run and a
benefit
rest.
to planting the nut here next to the river?
Good.
Where
It takes
Athreos
a
lives?
week of tending it and pouring holy water on it, but you could.
Oh,
You have
Oh,
to
and
tend
you need
take
to
a week,
import
but it's
a
a
newly
reasonable-
formatted version of that.
It's a
Yeah.
pretty good location to have it if you're gonna plant it somewhere. Because
like my soul's got to go to it, and Athreos could be like, "Go on, little soul, keep going." You know, it's like going right
I
by
don't-
his.
the reincarnate might be.
It's getting
Atheros might
around
not be a
him.
fan of that because that's like
Yeah.
Hmm.
preventing death when Atheros is about carrying out death. He might be like, I'm not a huge fan of this.
Instead of your soul going to the sticks, your soul is like going
He's a
into
huge fan
the
of
nut.
Skip.
I mean, he's probably about
So-
a fan of it about as much as a Raven Queen is, which is like, if you're strictly,
there's
if it happens before
Revivify.
the minute, yeah, it happens
Yeah.
at the point of like where Revivify ends, which is that your soul never reaches the realm of the dead. So it's like kind of, it's like defibrillating someone and just bringing them
Yeah.
back.
It's not
Whereas-
their time yet. It's just a close call, kind of
Whereas if you actually die and are dead for more than a minute, then you have to bring the soul back from beyond. And there is always a caveat there that if you are in the realm of the dead and you choose not to come back, the spell doesn't work. And you know who is trying to summon you. Which is actually sometimes why if like an evil god is like, I need to have someone resurrected, but if I get my evil priest to resurrect them, they're gonna be like, hell no. So I need to manipulate the good guys into resurrecting them. That actually happens. But also, if you die and your god says you're not coming back, you don't come back. Generally, your god's okay with it though. I don't mind.
Personally, I think Arena will want to stay and spend at least the rest of this day with her family. If this is kind of like the only
Yeah,
time she's
so-
going to get with them.
To give you kind of sense, you teleported in because of the time zone difference. It was morning when you teleported where you were, but you teleported in kind of midnight or just before midnight here. So, you know, you just had your long rest. It is now kind of the break of dawn, or just kind of a little bit beyond that. Like you can see visible bit of light in the distance. And that's where we are in local time. So before you can really long rest here, you got a full day. So if you want to spend that time with your family, totally acceptable. If you want to spend the time with the family and then teleport back to the Hero Ras with the cube
We
tomorrow.
spent five episodes on this one day. That's
Oh
so
yeah,
funny.
I mean this has been an important day though. It's totally
Yeah.
cool.
I was just
if you
looking at
want
my
to
notes.
teleport back tomorrow to Hero Ras, fine. If you want to stay and send like the other two to check anything important, also fine. Get any notes, whatever.
Yeah, I
Up to
mean,
you.
Arena's not going to keep you two here if you want to go. I think she just wants to spend the rest of the time here with her family. For just the rest of the day, if that's the only day she gets. Aww.
Karen's good for
See,
good to
defeated.
stay with Arena and then travel when Arena's traveling. Stay as a group. Like if it's one day, it doesn't matter.
Did you want to bury the nut here? If that's the case, you probably have to stay for a week.
That's a week to do that.
You also need
Yeah.
to procure 1,000 gold pieces worth of holy water, which I will point out, you might need to just order ahead of time for most places. Not a lot of people keep that amount. Like, that's a lot.
You just show up to the Church of the Raven Queen. They're still like scrubbing the blood off the walls, and you're like, "Do you have 1,000 gold of holy water?" They're like, "I don't know. I don't work here. Like, no one who
Yeah,
works
the
here
only
is
places that would
alive."
have that amount are kind of major temples that are about to do some huge rite and need it for that, like a huge consecrational thing. And that is a major temple about to do a big event. I mean, they're a major temple, but they
You
aren't
could
about
talk
to do
to
a major event.
Arathane or somebody. They might know where you
Arathane
could procure that.
Might be able to be like, yeah, give me a week and I'll have it for you.
Yeah.
Or he might be able to be like, give me a day so I can get it from all the other stores. They will have low stock.
I need to talk to Arathane too.
Okay.
It feels
In which case,
It feels wrong to gather that much holy water in one place, like you've got a vat and you're just pouring in like vials at a time. They're not even blessed by like the same gods, it's just a random mix of like whatever you could find is available, and you just got a vat of it. It feels like the gods wouldn't like that. Like, what are you doing?
you know what you call that? A mixed blessing.
I mean, it's not that much. It's like one arena worth of holy water.
That's
Yeah, but holy water normally comes in like bottles like this.
I know, like little bottles.
Hotel shampoo bottles.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining.
I'm
Is
just
just
saying
you're
it's not that
pouring
much
these
to
out
carry,
one by
is
one.
all I'm saying.
Oh no, I mean, it's not a huge amount to carry. It's a lot in terms of weight. Like, you know, it's still heavy.
40
but
pounds.
Just got a barrel of holy
But, like,
water.
in terms of like, yeah, you normally buy this in like, it's like going into the perfume shop. and
Actually, it
being
might
like,
weigh more than arena. Arena weighs.
I would like to buy. The
Oh no, arena
perfumes
weighs
that I-
exactly 40 pounds. It's
There you go.
perfect. I weigh as much as 1,000 1,000
But,
gold
like,
worth
it's
of holy water.
basically like going. It's not going to the perfume shop because you don't go into the holy water shop. It's like why would you? It's like going to the spa and then being like, I would like to buy the perfume, and they're like, oh yeah, we do sell that, and they're like, here you go, and you're like, you have it in a
No,
bigger
I
size.
want the
It's like,
whole thing.
bigger size. I mean, we only do it in this size, and they're like, how much do you need? You're like, 40 pounds worth. And they're like, we don't order it in that size.
It's like, I'm not even sure
I
it's
want to
legal to have that
bathe
much
in the
one place.
perfume.
Let me talk to my distributor's distributor.
I want to bathe in this perfume. Please.
Yeah, I mean,
Bring the
that's kind of
water,
it.
get someone to bless it for us. Just the whole keg.
Dude,
Yeah.
if you bathed in perfume, that would be you'd smell.
It'd probably be very painful.
Skith does have the better
Imagine-
approach.
I
to
don't
it.
think it'd be
Any
painful.
cut,
Perfume doesn't hurt.
Any cut,
And,
any,
like,
Oh, well, yeah, if you have cuts, but
any orifice it gets in.
I feel like that's gonna mess you up. Like
No.
the
It doesn't, like,
it's
sting, it
really
just
concentrated.
tastes
Is the
funny.
thing is like whatever's in there. There's a lot of it.
yeah. I mean,
Anyway,
I
on
put
that
perfume
note,
on every day. It never hurts.
the Hands is happy, slightly less happy with. No, it
I would
doesn't
like to
show
talk
he's
to
less happy with
Hands
Skid.
if there's
Okay.
time during this day at all. And of course, we don't have to RP it, but Arena would definitely be like playing little games with her friend, with her family.
what do you want to talk to him
and,
about?
like,
Because actually, by this point, he's probably
before he leaves, yeah, she would like to say
procuring the nearby exterior and clearing up in case there's any lingering people, threats nearby that are now just watching. So he's actually probably outside and like, okay, if there are cultists who didn't
Like ran
attack
away and hid. Yeah.
and ran away and hid or came late and were like, I can't attack, but maybe I can watch and learn. He's like, yeah, I'm going to kill all those guys and make sure that there's no one watching and learning about how we're defending this place. So you might be able to catch him, but it depends what you want to catch him about, because he will quite quickly go do that now. Because especially if you're
Okay.
staying, he'll be like, well, you're going to be spending time with him and you're pretty fucking badass. He won't say that, but you get the idea that he does respect you because he has seen the bodies. You're getting
Well-
credit for the Chosen Knights for once.
Doesn't want to getting credit for the Chosen Knights. What? We were here first.
Yeah. And they killed about 2/3 of the people around the house.
Yeah, they did like
Um,
machine
Okay,
gun down all the
fine.
remaining
All
cultists,
right.
basically.
You didn't
All
watch that, you
right.
kind of heard it, but like, he's just assuming it's you. And, you know, a lot of them died from bullet wounds, and he's just assuming it's Arena. He doesn't say it, but you can tell how he's just really happy to be like, yeah, I could do with some more bodies. Spend all the time you want with your parents. And just leaves. He's just like, yeah, no, great. He's really happy to have extra people. You get the sense that he was limited by how many people he could teleport.
Mm.
If you want to ask him anything, you can. It won't be long. He is a man of doing things.
Okay. I guess Arena will be like come up to him and if is anyone else coming with her or no? You guys doing your own thing.
Parents already talked to him. You can go have your chats.
Probably just napping.
Okay. Then Arena will come to him alone. I just want and with Corvid Bot probably. And be like,
Oh,
Mr. Hens?
we've got a
Is
problem.
that your name?
You can drop the mister, but we've got a
Just-
problem, I'm afraid, little girl.
Uh-oh.
This is definitely illegal tech heresy. Gonna need to destroy it.
What? Corvid Bot? Oh no, I have paperwork for that.
Arena will pull out her paperwork and then she also offers her hand and she's like,
I'm Marina Cogdier, though. You can drop the little girl.
I don't know who that is. Let me look at the paperwork.
Does he not
What's the
recognize the
paperwork
name Cogdeer?
He squints. I'm making an insight check, Karina.
okay. Where's my 11.
11. Yeah, no, he is genuinely concerned. And he looks at the paperwork, he's squinting. Not very good with, what's this, Dwarvish? You're dwarf? You're dwarf, right? Yeah, no, I'm not any good with Dwarvish. Look, I'm gonna have to
He
get the
thinks
hammer.
Serena's
Guys,
a dwarf? Is that
you
who
got a
you said?
hammer? We need a hammer. Maybe, no, a bigger hammer. You want someone holding up like small hammer, claw hammer, sledgehammer. Bigger
I'm
hammer.
a-
One that holds
I'm
up a
a-
war hammer.
I'm a gnome, not a dwarf.
He's a gnome. Probably the smaller hammer will work then. Right.
What are you using the hammer for exactly?
We're gonna have to destroy it.
No, that is paperwork. You cannot destroy it. This is. I'm an artificer.
But it's threat to the gods. It breaches the divine ban. They might destroy this place just for its being here, like Tuvosk,
But
like the
They
runes of
crea-
Zepol.
they created artificers. That is why I exist here with this.
Make an intelligence religion roll.
Uh,
8.
8. Oh my god, I have a plus
He is
5 to that.
unimpressed by your religious doctrine, having not had a very formal religious upbringing. You are pious, but your religious rhetoric is somewhat lacking. Yep, that is pretty naff as arguments go. To be fair, I can't do much better. I'm joking. I know you're not a dwarf. Give me some credit. And
Alright.
sorry about the little girl thing. I just wanted to see if you really lived up to the reputation.
Up to the reputation of what?
With your insight now, you definitely see that he is definitely glancing at where they've kind of piled about half the bodies, ready to burn them later that day.
Oh.
It's a big pile. Yeah, Rena Cogdo, right?
Arena nods and will take back the paper and
Heard
scroll, put it back in the scroll.
things about you, even below the mountains.
What have you heard?
That you're a gnome.
Well, that one's easy.
I mean, the height's difficult to see from up here.
Shakes her head.
I've heard that one many times.
That was low-hanging fruit.
She kind of chuckles at that and then says,
What is your real name? I know sometimes Goliaths go by appendage names, but you must have a real name.
Oh no, you've been listening to those stories.
No, it's
No,
more
my
just my
real
experience.
name is Hans.
What's your family name?
I don't have one anymore. That's why I'm
I'm
with the
sorry.
Church of the Raven Queen now. We find purpose in what we do.
Well, from the Goliath that I know, and I've only met one in my life, but well, not two. You, he came from a tribe, but he also didn't think he had any family. Did you
Well,
come
no, I
from a
did.
tribe?
Did. But, most of the tribe signed up for the War of the Marin Empire and got wiped out, or tried to fight against the things that lurk in the ruins of Tavosk, got wiped out, or worse. It is what it is. It had a good fight. If they're given the chance again, they'd do the same thing. Respect that.
I can understand that. Well, the Goliath I know is named Bones. Well, we call him Bones, but his real name is Axel Dio. Have you ever heard of him?
Afraid not. Do you know what tribe he's from?
I believe Half Grim High Climber had something to do with it.
Halfgrim. I know that
Yes.
name.
They were protecting some kind of ruins or something.
Vaguely remember something along those lines. There was a tribe. That's a while back now. They were up in the mountains. We're base of the mountains kind of people. Tribe up in the
There's tons of
mountains.
mountains.
Yeah. I'll remember the name after him, my climber. He was obviously called that because he went up a load of towers, but also because he was the one who went up and down from the mountain and was the emissary to all the other tribes in the area. We weren't that close, but we knew the name. Vaguely point to it on a map, and my finger would be somewhere in the general vicinity.
Marina will pull out a map. We'll let him point it and she'll mark it with her cartographer tools. I mean, free map info. Why not?
So he is from near the ruins of Tavosk. So here, which is the city before the ruins of Zepol.
City.
And he points that
from what was it called?
the ruins of Tavosk.
Ruins of Travask. Okay.
He points that Halfgrim was from over here-ish. As best he knew. It is a wide area. Like he deliberately sticks his thumb over the area and he's like, my thumb is on it somewhere.
So it's
Another
further
name.
west.
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I recall, when the Lemurians took over a lot of that area, wiped out the Dakan tribes. They then went a little bit ham against some of the tribes up in the mountains. I think probably from what it sounds like Halfgrim of yours. He's definitely on the border of the Lemurian Empire. I know that much.
Does this guy look like similar? Does he look
No.
similar Goliath wise? Like, or is his skin different? Like his
His
texture
skin,
of
his
his
skin,
stones?
he's tanned. He's a bit more squat. It's not just he's short, but he is more broad. It's a bit more like he's got a more kind of Hawaiian build, if that's to make sense. Does that kind of translate?
Yeah, I get what
Yeah.
you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Arena will just be like,
Well, I know that Axel was looking for somebody. And
Giant dwarf, kind of, yeah, but he's like clean shaven.
maybe it is you. But maybe it isn't.
Either way, I think you should
Okay.
meet him. He's very nice.
That's nice. I hope the whole basis is not just he's another Goliath, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go kill whoever is lurking outside who decided, oh, it's a great idea because even though they failed to do the Dark Master's wishes, they can just watch us setting up defenses and find out when you leave and where you go. So I'm gonna go sneak up on them and plant. Shink! Pulls out one of his swords. This in the back of their skulls.
Oh.
And maybe I'll
Alright.
plant. Shink! This up their behinds first. I haven't quite decided.
Marina looks a little concerned and she just like shakes her head and she's like,
all right. Okay. Maybe see if they're, if they want to. Not get killed first?
Oh no, they all definitely want killing. That's why they joined the wrong side. But no, you're right. That's what this is for. And he pulls out what appears to be like a ball of rubber bands, but they look wider and they look like they're all made of iron. And he's just bouncing up and down. While he's bouncing up and down quite casually, that thing looks like effectively an iron ball, and he's just casually bouncing it.
All right. Well, sometimes people do bad things because they feel like they have to and not because they really want to.
Wait, are some of them hired adventurers, or are they just dyed-in-the-wool cultists?
Both?
Guys, might be mercenaries. Might just kill them on sight.
Marina will
And
shake her
a
head.
load of people go.
All right. Well, be safe.
And she kind of says like questioningly, like she's like, "Why did I say that?" And she walks away.
Perrin, you see as she walks away, the barbarian just kind of looks at her tracks like, look at you. And he mouths the word, Gnome is telling The gnome who did that and kind of points over to the pile of corpses is telling me to be safe. Taps his heels together and you see a little bit of snow fall off. And he quite quickly disappears. And then about 2 minutes later, you hear a from somewhere outside. Who's next?
Arena tried, man.
And then you hear running.
Oh no.
And then you hear what sounds like a baseball hitting someone really hard.
Oh.
And then there's, some generic fighting, but it gets further away. Anyway, with that said, we're going to go to a break. We're going to try and keep it.
Are we already at
shortish.
break?
Yeah,
We're over break.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We had a lot of little wrapping up things to do because of weird
I think
law
we're
stuff
done
made
here
happen.
now, other than
Yeah, I
just
think we're
taking
almost
our
pretty much into
long
downtime.
rest.
Oh. Yeah. By the way, the bouncing iron thing is, I think it's called the bands of Billaroo. You chuck it at someone, and the iron bands expand and contract around them and capture them.
Oh, I thought maybe it was like a bolos type of thing.
No, that would be easier. No, it's effectively a kind of expanding ball of iron bands that just you chuck it at someone and it goes slump and captures them.
That's kind of cool. It's like a Pokeball.
Basically, yes. Not as neat Pokeball, Anthony Mutant.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was actually just a ball of just mundane bands of iron, and he was just strong enough to open them and then wrap them around someone's wrist.
That would be cool too, actually.
Might be able to. He's very strong. He's just a zealot barbarian. But
You just get a bunch of rebar and you just wrap it in a ball for later use.
yeah, you're like, oh, I don't know manacles. Give me a sec. Pull the car door off, pull the top of it, and just wrap it around someone. Anyway, we'll be back in about 8 minutes. We're gonna try and keep this short, and we'll see you then with the continuation of what the fuck is going on with Perrin's arm?
Ooh.
You get that looked at.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get a band-aid for it.
Can Arena still crush on him? Can Skiff still crush on him?
It's like, oh,
Can
Arena,
everyone still crush on him?
let me pet your face.
With only one arm, can Perrin still crush?
And Perrin still blade break with only one arm?
Oh my god.
You're like Orin now from Final Fantasy X.
Yep.
She's got your one arm, and you're like, two-hander.
Not gonna lie, amazing character.
I don't know Final Fantasy X. I'll have to look it up.
Oh, he doesn't know Orin?
I know.
My
Sad.
gosh.
There is a tower boon for that. It allows you to wield two-handed weapons in one arm.
Yeah, I only know Final Fantasy 3 and 12, and only the DS versions.
Why do you only know those two?
Because they
12
made
was
DS
a big-
versions.
It was pitched very heavily, even though it wasn't great.
I mean, 12 on DS is an RTS, so I don't know how that compares to...
10.
It's not.
10.
Just stop. You're dealing permanent damage to
You're
my soul
hurting
right now.
Cobalt.
Oof. I want to give Cobalt, not Skip. I want Cobalt inspiration for that. Alright,
dear.
great.
Alright, we're back in 8 minutes.
Okay, so you wish to spend the night there?
Yep.
Pietro will message you over the course of like half an hour, giving you kind of a full update. If you want to ask any questions of Pietro that he can relay to the temple, because you have a relay now, Pietro can constantly ping back and forth to Arena, and provided Pietro initiates the conversation, which Pietro will do sporadically until you tell him I'm going to bed, in which case Pietro will be like, I'll call you in 6 hours.
I don't think Arena would relay too much right now, other than, I mean, unless we can find like a cleric, like a higher level healer / cleric that can attend to
Pietro
apparently.
gets asked some questions and is like,
Miranda Dark says that she can have a look at it when he gets here. She was kind of expecting you to get here today, but is understanding that you want to spend time with your family. I mean, it could be really bad, and like, maybe parents should come here immediately, she says. But if you are sure it's stable, and he's not gonna get worse than just die, because that would be bad, then sure, spend the night.
Arena will relay that to Perrin, so he can
Okay,
decide if he wants
so-
to go back or not.
How? So the teleport cube's not going to be ready till after a long rest, right? how long is the journey on foot?
On foot. Okay, so it took you about an hour by superboat. It would probably take you about 3 hours by normal boat. On foot, it would probably take you a full day.
Or how about on a horse?
On a horse, probably half that, and then you need to find a way to cross the river because you're on the wrong side. But there
Horse
are
swim?
What would that
Swim?
matter? Because the
Not
river
not
runs
across
through,
this river.
the river runs through the
Okay.
city, right? Can I not just...
No, it runs around the river. The city is on one side of it. It's
Oh, it is.
not out.
There's no bridge? It's gotta be, like...
No, this river is
I guess, yeah, it's
It's a
super
moat.
wide at this
biggest
point.
river in
There's
the
no
continent. It
bridging
is
it by here.
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's gotta be some, like,
and there was
ferry.
a war, if you recall, only a few years ago. So, like, all the smaller bridges were torn down, and everyone was like, screw it, we're going to make barges, and then we're going to charge people because it's a mercantile place. Everyone's like, great, money! So, currently, there's a lot of barges. It's not hard. It'll just take you a little bit longer because you'll have to get a barge and pay to cross. And the pay is, like, cheap, so don't worry about that. It would take you probably half a day. by horse.
Okay. So it'd be a little bit quicker than waiting for the
Waiting for the cube. It's up to you.
I
I
would
think
like
Arena
to,
would stay with her family, but yeah.
I would like to take a short rest.
Okay, yeah. Fine.
Okay, I get 2 level 3 spell slots. Other stuff happens too. I guess I heal and everything.
Yeah, I'd like
Actually,
to
oh,
heal
this
up
is the
with
second
some
short rest of the
hit
day,
dice.
so I'm low on hit dice gubbins.
Oh my god. Remember that one time I rolled all ones?
Oh wait,
hit
I'm
dice?
already healed.
I... Okay. 12. Just gonna do all 3. That was terrible.
I mean, you do have the ability to summon some Yugoloths with your Amulet of Charon, but then you'd have to negotiate passage. And that's really meant for, like, travel to the lower planes.
It-
Like, you
it
can use it
feels-
for up and down the skiff.
It feels
Styx,
slightly like it's like, yeah, we could, but it feels a little bit. I feel like it's rude. You know?
Awkward.
I feel like he's like,
weird.
you have the this token will allow you passage with people who serve me, and it's like, I just want to go over there. Like, really?
Yeah,
You know what
you
it
just want
is?
to go over
I
there?
don't think we
It's-
should use that for that.
Ordering delivery from the takeaway that's literally the other side of the street from you. That's what it is.
Sometimes you want to do that, man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no, I see that. Yeah, like if there was a takeaway opposite me, I would feel obliged to walk in.
But they
You don't
they
want to
do
give me an Uber
charge.
coin.
They do
I'm
charge.
flipping it.
They don't just shop and be like, oh yeah, it's just across there, shots gold. No, they'll shop and be like, yeah, I'm a Yugoloth and I can travel to the lower planes and everything, and you summon me, so there's 100 gold.
I
Like,
think we're gonna
yeah,
want to
yeah.
use
But I
that
think-
for some other things.
Yeah, the
Is
time
it
will
one
definitely
time?
come.
The time will come when we're gonna need
Consumable.
that.
Wait, not
Yeah.
consumable. Not consumable.
It says consumable in the description.
No, that's the Karan Zobel.
Oh,
You don't actually have a
oh.
handout for the pendant. I need to give you one. But it's not actually a magical
Oh.
object.
Yeah,
It is just a
it's just a
gift.
thing.
symbol of his approval.
Yeah.
And while you are in his good graces, it
Who
will
did you
work.
give that to? Perrin?
If Perrin has it, who has it?
I thought Skiff had
Skith?
it.
I thought
Do
Skiff
you have
had
it, Skith? Is it in your character sheet?
I thought I had the oval, but I guess
And that was the coin that I punched.
He gave it to you because he was the one he walked past you
right.
while he was
Yeah,
casting spells while going
yeah. I
to
got
the
those 2 items mixed up.
So it's Charon's pendant, or the pendant of the ferryman, I think it's called. Pendant of the
Okay.
ferryman, I think it's the name. Which allows you to summon Yugoloths, and then negotiate with them for passage.
I will spend time to do a ritual to identify Fenrir's ring during downtime.
Oh, if you do use the teleportation circle, that's right, you will need to pay the circle fee again. Because they
That's
just charge
also a
every time
thing,
you use their
yeah.
circle. Yeah.
Oh, true.
It might actually be easier and cheaper
Just
to
to-
actually summon a Yugoloth.
Just to walk.
Yeah,
just
I
to
mean, if you
walk.
walk, yeah.
There's the problem. Sometimes it's cheaper to summon a being from another plane just to get where you're going because of these hiked up teleportation circle prices.
To be fair, if you wait
It's like
until
taking a train in
tomorrow-
the UK.
This
It's better to
economy.
fly.
Back in my
If you
day,
wait
we used
until
to ride a
tomorrow-
boat. I'm just kidding.
if you wait until tomorrow, they'll let you know that they're expecting reinforcements to ride up here, and that you can just take some of their horses back, and you'll be doing them a favor by taking some of the horses back anyway. So if you wait till tomorrow, you can ride back, and it'll save you half the time anyway. But if you want to go now, because your is literally maybe cursed and might kill you, Perrin. No one's done a
It's
medicine
okay. I've got a
check, and
plan.
No one's
I've
done
got a plan.
plan.
Okay, so yeah, after the short rest, I managed to heal up to 49 HP out of 75, and a false life, of course. And that's all my hit dice, so we're done there. But I get my 2 level 3 spell slots back, which is what I need because I used my last level 2 previously to try and cure wounds myself to no avail. So I use one of my level 3 spell slots to cast the level 2 spell, Find Steed.
Find, not fine, Steve. However, I think they're both synonymous. So, as you do so, which type of steed are you summoning?
I am summoning a warhorse.
Warhorse. And what creature type are you going for?
Celestial.
And what does it look like?
It is brown with the white middle head stripe and white socks.
Okay. So as you do so,
Oh, everyone
find,
wanted you to pick a giant elk. That would be
I
cool
did offer him an
thematically if you
elk.
could.
I
Elk,
did
yeah,
offer an
elk is an option in
And you
for the
didn't
spell.
choose
Yeah.
it?
The options are warhorse,
Yeah.
pony, camel, elk,
But you
or
could
mastiff.
talk to it.
I can already talk to
Yeah,
this
I
one.
already talked about it.
Oh,
And
that's
also,
true.
the-
But I
the
mean, you could
language
talk
I
to
know
no one would
is-
know.
The language I know is giant elk, whereas the animal you can
Elks
summon
don't
is
speak
normal
giant
elk,
elk, yeah.
and the normal elks don't speak
Really?
giant
Is that
elk.
true? Giant elk don't speak the same. That's
The thing
ridiculous.
it is that giant elk
That's
are
Giant
smart
elks
enough
are also
to have.
intelligent.
Yeah,
Yeah, they have their own language.
they're smart enough to
That's
have a language,
crazy.
whereas elks are just animals.
Interesting.
It's a bit
The
like
more
being,
you know.
hey, we speak giant monkey.
Yeah, that's
mm.
very good
Anyway.
way of putting it.
I mean, I get it.
Anyway, so you go outside, and having been told, oh yeah, you might just die if you just wait around, you're like a little bit worried. You clear some space. This being a paladin spell, you're trying to find like a way to find a connection. What do you use to connect yourself with your god, with your oath, with vengeance? Because right now you have like a lot of bodies that are piled up, a lot of snow that's covered in blood. Snow is very Raven Queeny, etc. What are you going to use for the vengeance? You see like a couple of bullets lying around, probably like a few severed fingers, and there's a shard of a blade sticking out of you. What is the connection you place down?
I mean, for vengeancey.
That's your oath. It doesn't have to be vengeance. It can just be your paladinness in general and your god that you have made your connection with, but it could be your oath, your paladin nature of vengeance.
Yeah, I think it's about vengeance and strength and that kind of thing. So I think if this works, Perrin would do a cardinal sin of a sword owner, but it's a magic sword, so it probably doesn't matter. He's going to impale the crystal blade into the ground, and then he's going to sort of sit down and pray like that. And yeah, I know you're not supposed to like put swords in earth. It's not good, but it's magic, so it probably does nothing. And
Yeah, last time you did it, it broke her sword.
I know
but
that
sure.
usually stabbing my sword into the ground generally has not gone well, but this time it is just earth. There's nothing special happening with the earth. But yeah, he stabs it in the ground and uses it a kind of totem to meditate at. I feel like that's the kind of thing.
Okay. As you bring the sword down and into the ground, you get a flash of breaking that seal.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's something we want mixed
And you
in with this.
see, and you kind of feel that wave of pain shoot up your arm. And that kernel of anger burns briefly inside you. And you feel something unlock. And as you look up in front, you see a tiny horse. And you realize it's not. It's really far away. But the problem is that it's not far away in this dimension. Somehow it's extending from another dimension. You can see it coming to this dimension. If it was in this dimension, it would have to be tiny because there's trees and a wall in the way. But it starts galloping and galloping and galloping and galloping. And then, as it finally gets within about 10 feet of you, snow is kicked up. Bit of bloody snow pushed off to the side as sleek chestnut brown warhorse, which I think comes with the full-on warhorse profile. So does that mean barding? Let's find out.
I can't remember if it actually... I feel like it might not from when I last looked.
It does not. It does not come with barding. So this sleek chestnut-colored warhorse with a white stripe up the front that has a small crossguard. You can see kind of just a little bit like a sword. And you see a small ridge down it diagonally. Chestnut hair, like a break, that sword. With white socks, as it pulls through the snow, gallops to a halt in front of you, and there's a loud whinny. You summon me! I have come from the fields of Elysium. Together we will wreak vengeance. You hear this in your head. No one else hears this. They're all like, where the hell did that horse come from?
Welcome to the world.
This world is colder than I thought. What deeds shall we do today?
At the moment, I'm afraid we're just past the time of grand deeds and such.
These deeds must have been most grand. It looks like I missed the battle.
I've been looking for
I
the
just-
opportunity to summon you, but it hasn't arisen in the last few days. They've been eventful.
I accept your apology. I am grateful you recognized that I missed out, and that I am hurt by it. But I thank you for it. I can only hope that this is an indication of the vengeance we will wreak together.
There is plenty of damage to be paid for.
These words are music to my ears.
For now, the most pressing matter requires a test of your speed.
A task for which I am well suited. Tell me, Bladebreaker, what shall you call me? A little dialogue prompt comes up saying, please enter your mount's new name.
Yeah, there's a moment where Perrin thinks and kind of stands back and looks at the mark on its head and then says, Thunder.
Loud, whinny. Skiss just testing it. Skiss testing his lightning rod nearby and just hear a
Thunderclap.
And one of the Raven Queen people's like na 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 na. Alright. The pact is sealed! Let us... Where are we going to?
There's a city to the north of here. There's someone there that can see to this injury.
A most heinous injury. We will see that you are avenged, but first, you will need to be made whole. Let us make haste. And for all the grandiose words, it just kind of trots up to you and kind of gets a little bit lower, let you on.
I'll get on the horse.
Rears up a little bit, but not quite as much because you're down an arm right now, and then
As we travel,
Yeah.
Go on.
Do you wish to read Ascension chat very briefly and leave something?
Oh. What am I? Oh, yeah, I do.
You seem like you've forgotten something. Do we need to go back?
I would assume he did that before he would go out.
He is being very worried about his arm. Flashback before he summons the horse.
I would assume he's not going to summon the horse till he's leaving us. Probably all
so
talk. You're not just going to abandon us and not say where you're going.
yeah, no, Perrin will say like, well, if they think I need to rush, then I've got a way of rushing.
Are you going to go alone?
Not quite. I think I'll be okay. For one thing, I think Sith was the one responsible for this whole mess, and she's most definitely dead now.
Don't like how their name sounds like mine.
It's
I
with a
could imagine
Y,
it's not
I
pleasant.
guess. No, instead of an I, there's no K. I think
I
it's just an
understand.
unfortunate. There's no apostrophe either. It doesn't have the same character.
I know, but my ears perked up when you said the name. Then I realized it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
Well, the good
You
news
have
is
ears.
they're as dead can be, so the name will come up less often now.
Am I to stay here then with Arena?
You could go with or stay. It is up to you.
Yes,
Also,
could be
do you
holding
have
on to your
ears? Don't you
back
just
on the
have
horse,
holes?
clinging on.
Can the horse take two? I suppose it could.
It
It's
can.
a
It will be
warhorse, so
overburdened
this
and it will
one-
be slower because
That would be slower.
you are both medium-sized creatures. It will be slower because it's a short distance. Like it's not a full day's travel. I would allow it to just be slower if time was of the essence. Don't worry, but
There. Do you have any spell slots left, Cobalt? Any high level ones?
Let's see here.
I have one of every level left.
Damn.
I have 2 level 4 and a level 3.
How much is that dragon of yours? That...
5.
Ah, damn.
It's a
Okay.
5.
I was gonna say because it might be worth it if Skith could ride me with a horse, and then when we get to
Get over the
to the
water.
city, we use the
dragon
dragon
picks up
to
the
cross the
horse.
river.
Yeah.
'Cause every time we summon this dragon, he's like, "I am here to
That's
do
what you wanna
glorious
do.
deeds," and we're like, "We need to
Enter the
cross that."
harass by dragon to a city that just had a security incident.
We wouldn't be
Dragon!
in the city. We'd stop, like, once we can see the city on the horizon, we cross over there. You know?
I can freeze the river and make ice.
I don't
You
know
can
if
freeze
Yeah.
it for cubes. This river is over a kilometer wide.
Well, you do
You
5
one
feet,
cube at
you
a
step
time.
on, you 5 feet, step on, the other one
And
melts.
then you go downstream and sink.
Oh yeah, it's got a
Look,
current.
Perrin doesn't need to breathe. He's fine.
Yeah, there is.
we're
a
not sure
current.
yet. Perrin's
Yeah, it
breathing
hasn't
so
developed yet.
far. Whether he needs to or not, he'll find out.
Put it this way. You know out of character, this will not have a deleterious effect now. If you
Yeah,
wish
if
to,
you wanna-
and
if you
take
wanna
the
go
time,
with,
go
you
with
can go
Skip,
with.
That's fine.
It's more if Skiff wants to go or if he wants to stay.
Oh, I was just
Um,
role playing. I
Okay.
figured I was gonna be staying so he could get there faster.
Rena's a little worried about him because he's got a weird arm.
But
He does. And a butt.
I mean, I can babysit him.
Going alone,
Or
then you will need to make sure that you get in touch with Pietro and have him message us immediately whenever you arrive safe.
I will. Don't worry.
Arena looks very concerned about you.
And I'll hold up the bag.
I'll identify all the things.
It is an empty bag he holds up, and Perrin, you're like, oh yeah, this was the bag I put the armor in. It's empty.
Yeah, and Vernon's
Wait,
like,
what?
hang on a minute. And then he reaches in and pulls out the armor.
Yeah, you think about pulling out the armor, you pull out the armor. And this is the first time you've had a chance to look at it, not in a fraction of a second, oh shit, Gallon's coming in the room. Perrin pulls out what is a beautiful breastplate. It at one point might have been vaguely shiny, maybe was like a burnished steel color, a little bit dark. But you can kind of see that has been darkened. What you know of the nature of this item, probably by exposure to energies in the Shadowfell. And that steel is now dark and barely glimmers at all. And that glimmer does not come from any light from candle flame or anything hitting it. It seems to just glimmer slowly, slightly as you look at it. You can see that the nature of it isn't rounded edges and smooth plate. Somewhat akin to Covibot, maybe much more advanced. The pauldrons are angular, and there's little inset holes that a little kind of dull, very faint orange light seems to glow out of. You can kind of feel a very faint kind of pushing force from. The actual front has kind of a scaled feather kind of design to the top, which is a bit more orange than the dark black, but it's still very faded. And then there are kind of reinforced strut elements over it that are into the design itself. And those are a little bit more colorful, a little bit lighter, but they're still very dark. This armor was definitely crafted by someone very good at their trade, and you know that just to look at the design. And does kind of scream a little bit artificer.
Yeah, I think Arena
A little bit. Arena's like, I
lightly
recognize
touches
some of
it, and
this.
she's like,
This must be the armor my grandmother wore.
and then she's just nerding out about it while she's touching it.
I could take it back with me, or you could keep hold of it.
Well, it would be kind of fun to identify everything, and then we'll return everything to the church.
yes.
Perrin, you also, and I know you realize this, but saying it on the stream for the benefit of everyone else, the bag you're holding, although is empty, is a bag of holding, because bags of holding are always empty from the outside.
I
You have
wonder
no
what
idea
else
what
is
else is
in
in
the
there.
bag. Should we dump it out?
I can try turning it inside out.
Arena gets excited to see what's in it.
I'm gonna kind of, it was like, not knowing what's in here, Perrin's gonna like step away from
Arena
everyone a
backs
bit,
up,
and he's
yeah.
gonna kind of lean back and just be like, just away from him.
Okay. You turn it
Real
inside out.
Henry Harper pops out.
He's actually,
Okay.
oh no, it's a Mad-Eye Moody situation.
I would like everyone to roll me a d6. Please use the player roll macro. Make sure you add that to the bars and just use that to make it format nicely.
If Perrin becomes a Dampier, can we put him in the bag of holding? Because he doesn't have to breathe?
Yeah, technically. 2.
What? He could smuggle you in
Someone
everywhere.
didn't use the player roll macro.
Oh, crap.
3. Okay. All of you rolled cash.
Oh,
just a shit ton of cash. Dude,
someone-
he was getting paid to do something.
2 of you rolled good cash. Someone rolled, not a shit ton. It was
that
just
would
normal
be
cash.
me. Oh,
So whoever rolled the 2,
that was me.
is that you, Maggie? Yeah.
Mhm.
Same macro, but roll me a D100. Anthem and Cobalt, same macro, but roll me a D1000.
Oh.
I got us some shit gold. I put multiple numbers or money symbols in there, and it only pasted one in there.
Damn,
Might be because
that's
it's trying to
low.
interpret them as code or something.
Probably.
That's better.
Ooh,
Okay.
dang.
I don't know why I'm bringing up a calculator. I can do it
We
in
all
roll
just
20.
rolled money.
Yeah, you all rolled money. 4 would
Money,
be
money.
potion. 5 would be 4 would be health potions. 5 would be consumable, and 6 would be common and uncommon magical items. Okay. Total cash, and then this is 63 plus 680 plus 232. So that's 975, which is beautifully 325 gold each.
I mean, I could just add it to the party
325 gold each.
loot.
Yeah.
Party loot. Okay, party loot. 975 gold for the party.
You can add to party loot.
Yeah, adding to the
Yeah.
party loot.
What does that put our party loot at now? Because we were at 3,650.
We're at 4525 gold.
452.
Almost
it
enough
isn't
to
just
get us
pure
going.
gold. Like it is.
That's just pure gold, not with gems.
There are some minor gemstones that aren't really, we're talking 10 or lower GP stuff. There's some miscellaneous objects that are just not really worth talking about. Like it is all gold worth stuff that you would have to trade for gold. Like nothing notable.
Okay.
So
just a bunch of
stuff
gold.
that just turns into cash. Bric-a-brac. Gold and bric-a-brac that is, the stuff you get in a game that just says trade value, and that's it. The entire purpose
Trash
is to go
loot.
shop and sell it. Yeah.
That's it. So just the armor and that.
Yep.
So
Everything
my
else is dumped.
grandfather's. So the sword, we still haven't found that, or was Perrin? Okay.
There's nothing in that bag. You turn it
I guess
inside
when you
out.
dump it out, Arena's like a little surprised, and she's like,
Where are the rest of the items?
Ah, yes. Athreos told me that while the assassin was traveling along the river, they dumped a large number of magical items into the river so that they'd be scattered to the lower planes.
That means we have to go to the lower plains and find them?
It might not be worth the trouble, which would be the point. Depends what exactly they all are.
Thumbing the hilt of the blade of broken mirrors while they're talking about this in his pouch.
Okay.
He's like contemplating whether should I tell Perrin before he leaves? No, he doesn't need that burden on him.
Do you wish to spend the short rest attuning to it?
No.
No?
No.
Sure.
he's like, yes, attuned to it.
Bentham, do you wish to?
I mean, I want to, but I
new
don't.
armor?
I'm gonna identify all the things, but I can do it when I don't have to wait for a parent. I mean, a parent needs to go. This is more.
I'll tune to it for 10 subs.
Yeah,
That's
Perrin
way too
will-
low. I'm
oh,
just
no.
kidding.
That's oh god. Yeah, Perrin.
It's set now.
Perrin does make sure. Yeah, he's gonna. Perrin sources a bucket, and
Okay.
he puts the gold armor into the bucket.
Okay.
I think it might have originally come with a bucket, but I probably don't still have that on me. So
Came with an urn, yeah. But you didn't take the urn because
Right.
it was big and heavy.
yeah, I'm gonna be real awkward. Can I leave the bucket with the gang? I don't know if I can take a.
You can just dump it into the bag of holding.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I will put the.
I mean, I have a bunch of beer just chilling in my bag of holding.
Technically, for the moment, you have 2 bags of holding.
That's
So-
true. We have 2 bags of holding right
yeah,
now.
Perrin.
But
You need to decide who is the other bag of holding for the
ideally,
moment.
not using my infusion for a bag of holding would be great.
Certainly after Maggie's next level up. Certainly then.
Because I can give you guys right now. I can give you guys cool stuff.
Yeah, Perrin will drip the molten gold armor into, I guess, directly into the bag of holding. Does that work, or should it still be in a
Yeah.
container? And
I would
I'll
say
put it in a
you'd have
bucket.
to wait
I'll
for it
put
to be
it-
fully off and be an item, because if you're wearing it and partially in,
yeah, that might.
when does it actually
That's
transfer?
weird shenanigans. Yeah, I will
Yeah.
fill a
I see what you're
bucket
saying.
with molten gold armor, and then I will lower the bucket into the bag of holding, and I will don
Okay.
the armor from Sith. I won't attune to it for the moment, but I'll just have it because it is
Okay.
19 AC.
I'll add it to your sheet. The molten bronze skin I have already altered so that the armor is correct. And I will add plate. Well, this has been going on because it does take a while to the armor, although it is quicker than normal plate.
Yeah, I
you
will
can-
identify the armor and also Fenrir's ring. And then if there's anything else people want to identify, let me know. It will take time for everyone, but
I'll hand over
got
the
lots.
remains of the blade from Sith and say it might be best if we know what it was.
Okay. Yeah.
Want me to
taking
identify it
time.
real quick?
I'll identify that first then. The blade.
Mine's not a ritual, right? Mine's just
Yeah, your one takes a minute.
yeah. I mean, if he wants to get out of here faster, I can still do it twice passively.
Okay.
My
Yeah,
my
if you
weird
want.
creepy abilities.
So
If
that
you
can
want.
give you the armor, and I'll give you the blade. So the armor, Perrin now knows the details of the armor, which I technically gave you last time, but being like, just so you can plan ahead. So now he knows. It is a +1 armor, and if you choose to attune to it, you don't have to. Then you get the bonuses of adornment of bones. So when you adorn it with a creature's remains, you get bonuses against that creature type. And Maggie, if you do the ring,
Well, there's
find the
2
ring.
armors, I guess.
what's the other
That-
armor?
The Ravenforged one.
Oh yeah, sorry. How am I forgetting that? Because we just talked about it. I'm like, oh, that's
don't
done.
know how
No.
you started saying Perrin's armor, and I
Okay.
was like,
Yeah.
what?
Don't
No.
forget the
Oh,
armor
right.
of
I was
like, that
destiny
doesn't make
around
sense.
which this mission was
Yeah.
centered.
Yeah.
Which would you like me to lead with? Would you like the ring that was Fenrir's? Well, near his body at least. Or would you like...
I think Cobalt is
The armor.
doing the armor and the shield for Perrin because Perrin wants to go so that he can get healed. So the
Yeah.
sword and that armor first,
Yeah, so
and then I will do the armor
we
and then
mentioned-
the ring.
The sword you can't get much details on because it's broken, but the sword,
Oh,
as I mentioned, kind of like what you didn't know, but behind the scenes why it happened that way. The sword, yes, is a vampiric sword that is a +1 sword, but it transfers the blood on stab to these confida flares designed for vampires. It did have some sort of curse on it. It's broken now. Sword's very dead. It's broken. Yeah.
Okay.
That sword was definitely, especially from Arena's point of view, designed to be used by and benefit vampires.
Yeah, I knew that without identifying it
The
though.
only benefit it would have to someone who wasn't a vampire is it was a +1 weapon. Which fine, but
Oh no, I think I identified it last time.
no, I
Okay.
gave you the details, but I was like, here's the details, but you'll be identified next time, just so you know you would have the
Yeah.
foreknowledge. So yeah. Okay.
Why your arm exploded, Perrin?
Now you know exactly why arms explode.
Yeah, there you go. Now you know.
Perrin will take the sword, and also, if possible, like The tip of the sword, did it simply cease to exist, or is it like just in the ground in that shack now, or in me?
The tip of the sword would have technically ceased to exist, or at least
Okay.
isn't here. It isn't here.
All right.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll just take the remains of the sword with me in case it's helpful.
That's what Arena was gonna recommend that if you didn't.
All right. Well, you be safe. All right.
Do you want to keep hold of the fancy armor for now?
Arena will nod and then
We can return all of the Raven Queen things once we all return together.
All right.
Arena, you would have probably have time before Perrin leaves. Which would you like to know about first? The ring or your
the
armor?
armor.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
I
you can
will
do
give
that.
you-
Identify while I summon my horse. So they both take 10
It's
minutes.
true.
Um.
Are you gonna show it on the screen?
I am going to. I'm just checking it's all right, and that I haven't shown like the evil curse that kills the first gnome that attunes to it, and then destroys the family and turns them into liches.
He's trying to murder my family.
Ryan,
I mean,
I did it last night while you weren't looking.
you have successfully. 2 of them are dead. Well,
We have
one of
that those
one of
all
them
those
might not be
mysterious
dead.
bodies in the shack.
Ooh, pretty.
Ravenforged mantle is a breastplate. Bright silver adamantine is now darkened, and unknown brassy alloy reinforced sections gleam under the wan orange glow of the energies powering it. Inside is the inscription, carry the heart that cares so much where it is needed most. It is currently dormant. The armor grants the following benefits in its dormant state. +1 AC while wearing this armor. While wearing this armor, any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit. While wearing this armor, you have advantage on death saving throws. And obviously, as a breastplate, it doesn't impose disadvantage at all on stealth at all. That's not a problem for you. It is made by the first artificer. There you
Pretty
go.
snazzy.
And I will add it to your character sheet for you.
Big fan of advantage on death saving throws. That's cool.
The armor is one of 2 sets. So there's another set.
It is one of 2 sets made by your grandmother. It bears the inscription inside to carry the heart that cares the most.
So there's another pair of armor. There's another set. There's another armor set
So
somewhere.
is this
Your granddaddy's set.
is this
Yeah.
Rayla's set or is this Urzu's set?
I mean, I
It's
don't
gonna be
even know.
Blablin's set.
Dude,
Hey,
you know
Blaine, you want
he's
some
holding the
armor?
other
Got
set.
fat loot.
It's gonna be the end battle where now I'm fighting someone else who's wearing the exact same armor as me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You know it. You know it. He's saving it for somebody.
Henry was actually wearing the
Blablin.
other set. Didn't notice.
Who's wearing the other set?
Henry. And now
Henry.
Galland has it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He can put his leg inside of it. Because it's like a small armor, right?
It would resize, right? Because it's magic.
Oh, does it?
That's how that
nifty.
works.
Yeah, it would probably resize, yeah.
Especially because it's like vestige, so it's
Yeah.
got extra.
Most
Most
shit.
Cool.
magic items resize to fit you.
And this is like a turbo magic item. This is magic squared.
Yeah, this is a vestige, which is like better than magic items we've heard.
I will.
Like,
I assume you want to
artifact?
put it on.
I mean, Arena does want to put it on, but at the same time, their mission was to bring these things back
Okay.
to.
I'll leave it unchecked on your character sheet for now. It is at the bottom of your list, but if you wish to put it on, just check it and uncheck your Dragon Guard.
I think she will not wear it. She will. She is going to return it to the church unless they. I mean, I hope that they would let her have it, but that's their mission. Their mission was to bring these
Who-
things back.
Who
so.
would be the authority on that to like let you have it? But
I don't
Technically,
know.
Miranda Dark is currently
Yeah.
the only surviving ranking member of the
That's
House of the
that's
Dead.
scary.
It's weird that these items weren't like in your family somewhere.
Heirlooms,
and-
yeah.
Yeah, instead they're in the church.
Gith
But
would
my
say
family
that.
is very religious.
Your
Mm.
family also, I mean, the Church of the Raven Queen isn't very, yeah, family should own the powerful items and we pass the power down by bloodline. No, they're very much like,
Yes.
when you die, that's it. That's where your power ends. You have to then earn the power with your next life. Like, each person, each person has a life. They're very kind of focused on single life kind of philosophy.
I mean, we do care about family, but we're not like power hungry.
Yeah.
I think is the point that he's trying to get across. And I
You
don't
probably
think
wouldn't
Arena.
find
Yeah.
a Church of the Raven Queen like devoted family hoarding magical items the same way you'd find Skiff's family.
I think that Arena is like the way that she's handling this Ravenforged mantle is much more fragile and like tender than any of the other magic items she's ever identified. And anyone who's seen her identify an item before would notice that. She doesn't want to, she wants to put it on curiosity, but she doesn't, she will wait.
Okay. You do notice the kind of the vague bit of reflection you can see, because it's not that reflective. The vague bit of reflection you can see of people is a bit blurry and indistinct.
Like when you're looking into it, like the shininess. Weird, creepy.
So your grandmother made that?
That is what they say.
Oh, you should try it on then. I bet it fits perfectly.
I want to, but we were told that we need to bring these back.
Oh, you can still bring it back even if you've tried it on.
Oh man, I'm gonna do a will save. He's tempting her.
This gives approach
Just
is
for a
basically
second.
a vestige. Eat it. Put it on your body.
I guess like against your persuasion. Persuade me.
Oh, you're screwed.
Do it. I know I'm screwed, but maybe not. Maybe my willpower is
Maybe
stronger.
not.
I rolled
Maybe
a
you have
13.
advantage on the wisdom save because it's kind of courty
Ooh.
though. It's up to you.
Oh no, because it's
Okay. You
It's
passed.
not like
you failed
magic
then,
or
sorry. Yeah.
I think she puts it on. She doesn't like attune
Okay.
to it, but she puts it on. Does it
Okay.
fit perfectly?
It fits well, but
Looks
you haven't
better
attuned
than
to it.
your dragon head armor. It suits you much better.
I do like the way it looks more. But I can't keep it. It belongs to the Raven. The Ravenclaws.
Yes, Gryffindor would be very unhappy.
They're grubby claws.
It belongs
She
to the
doesn't say
claws
grubby
of the raven.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, it does.
Well-
It belongs to the
Ebon
Claw.
claws,
Yeah,
the
the
raven
ebon-
claws.
Ebon
in my
Claws,
family, such things
little
are
Ravenclaws.
passed down from one generation to another.
We have some items like that.
And Arena will pull out her grandma's tool set and a locket that has a picture of her grandma and grandpa in it.
It's
Not as cool as your
Actually,
armor, but very sweet. The tools, I've seen them come in use many times.
It's probably one of the coolest tools I've ever seen in my life. Look how many things it can change into.
And then she just like keeps changing.
changed into a calendar.
A pan, a
Now,
brush. It's just like all random. A hammer. And then she will identify Fenrir's ring. And she pulls it out of her pocket. Or out of her bag of holding. And she's like,
I think this was Henry's ring. I heard it rolling around on the ground after Sir Gallant took him away.
Did Perrin leave already?
Perrin is like going out the door as Arena finishes the identify on this.
Yeah, because this is her identify finished same time as I summon the horse. So at this point, I'm like leaving.
Well, I would say like, and then you go back to give it, and the horse is waiting. They have that conversation while Irina is finishing off the identify, just to narratively mean that you can have the information without having to catch you up later. And as you're leaving, Irina, this is the ring. Let me just check it's ready.
Ew, it looks like a brain.
It is. Well, it's not actually a brain. It's, carved purple gemstone.
Oh, okay. Ring of mind shielding. While wearing this ring, you are immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts. Determine whether you are lying. Oh, that'd be handy for Arena.
That is so cool.
She's so bad at that. Know your alignment or know your creature type. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. You can use an action to cause the ring to become invisible until you use another action to make it visible, until you remove the ring or until you die. If you die while wearing the ring, your soul enters it unless it already houses a soul. Is then inside of this ring? You can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife. As long as your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature attuned to it. A wearer can't prevent this. Arena's putting this ring on and tuning to it immediately.
You would have to unattune to something.
Yeah. She'll unattune to her volley ring, I guess. Or no, that one's not an
That's not attunement. No.
What am I tuned to right now? I mean, someone else can have this ring in the end game, but if Fenrir's inside of this, I think she wants to talk to him.
This dorky looking ring is going to protect me from the real bad guys.
Yeah, you might want this ring. Perrin might want this ring if he's a Dampier in the end.
We all might want it at some point for different things.
Does Perrin catch this? Does Arena explain what it is?
Yeah. You hear it as you're going out the door.
Yeah.
I'm turning around and coming back.
That's why I'm like, I don't want you to have to come back and catch this like 2 days time and be like, wait, what?
I think Arena's like, Fenrir might be inside of the ring. If he's inside, we need to talk to him.
It's like I pull up on my horse. I'm gonna get off the horse and be like, hold on.
Shall I wait outside or shall I come in? It seems like there is a commotion. Everyone else, you cannot hear this voice. This is just in Perrin's head.
It's fine. Just hold.
Wait. Can the horse actually speak?
It can't,
to him,
it can't
but
speak.
not to
it
us.
can speak telepathically to me, and it can understand a language of my choosing, which is common because that is obvious one.
Okay, so it understands us, but it can only talk to Perrin.
I'll be like, I'll be like, wait outside, wait at the gates.
I shall guard the door.
I'll unattune to the
pass
injury insufficient.
Okay, you are no longer attuned to your
because I have
gun.
other weapons that I can use, and that one is jammed. I need to unjam it. It's like
you have the time to unjam it.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be hard.
You have had a short rest. Actually, you would have been able to do it on the short rest.
Oh, it's a 3 right now. Misfire.
You had a short rest. You'd have been able to reset it.
I have to roll to do that.
Yeah, but you did a short rest, so you'd have been able to roll if you wished.
Okay. Well, let's. Do you want me to do that right now?
It was 8 plus the
misfire check the fire. I think it's in the items.
Yeah, it is.
Types, firearms. Okay. 2. Okay. This can be reset on a long or short rest by making a Tinker's Tool int check with a DC equal to 8 plus the current total misfire property. So it's currently...
The Tinker's Tool check DC 11.
11, DC 11.
Can you fail that?
I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. Let me just roll.
You've had a short rest, so you could have reset it. It is reset.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But
do you wish to still unattune to it, or do you want to
I'm still going to unattune to it.
Okay. Do you have repeating shot on today?
I don't think I do, but I have a lot of bolts. Let me see. That was infusions, right?
Yeah.
So
you're in combat mode, so no. Okay, so
I've
you
got
don't have a
clothing,
magical weapon. You only have a
boots of
non-magical
Elvenkind,
crossbow.
and the helm of awareness,
Sure.
and my steed.
In which case, it will take an hour for the attunement process. Well, technically it's an hour to unattune and an hour to tune, but be a little bit. It will take a little bit of time. Karen, your arm seems stable for now. If you do wish to
So
wait, you can.
as
or-
Arena starts to do this, like starts unattuning, Perrin's like, be careful. We don't know what kind of if Thenry is who is in there, and we don't even know that. We don't know what kind of state his mind is in or was in when he died. We have no idea what was going on in terms of souls, in terms of corruption, possession, any of that.
But if he was corrupted or possessed, wouldn't his real soul go into the ring?
I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works.
Or does your corruption link to your soul?
I feel like it's complicated. Maybe it depends. Think about Masha. She was a normal person once. She worked for the church. She studied artifacts. Somewhere along the line, she turned to the New Dawn, and is that because she was corrupted, or is it because she was persuaded? How much of it was being made to be something, and how much of it was being pushed in a direction you were already able to go? We have no idea what Thenry's been through. We don't know him, really. We met him, what, twice? It could be that...
And shrugs. It's clear that she's talked to him more than that.
It could be that he is fully devoted to another power. You should be very careful about communicating with him. It seems like the way this works is pretty safe, like there's no way he can harm you, but he can lie, I'm sure. And maybe he can...
Well, the ring lets you determine whether they're lying. Does it work against the soul inside of itself?
I would think it would. At least that's what I'm hoping.
Oh, well, the ring.
Does the determine whether...
Oh, so no, they can't let you.
They can't determine
Yeah,
whether
yeah,
I'm
they
lying.
can't
Whether
determine if
you
you're
are.
lying, and then so that applies to a ring.
But he can't
Quite
talk
a good
to you
rogue
unless
item,
you
but it's
allow
also
it.
just quite a good item.
It just lets me like be deceitful, like, or you know.
I will
without
point
other
out
people
that
knowing.
it is technically classified as uncommon because that's what core D&D is like. Yeah, this is totally an uncommon item. I personally might call this a rare because it's quite good.
Requires attunement too.
Yeah.
Some rings don't.
Yeah, but it is good. So you're attuning to it. Perrin, technically you have an open attunement slot right now. Are you doing anything like you're just waiting there for the time?
I think I'm just gonna wait for the moment. I'm not gonna do any attuning. Yeah, Brent's gonna be like, just be wary of anything he says to you and anything he tries to persuade you on. We don't know that we can trust him.
Rena will nod.
And that's if he's
Okay.
the one who's in the ring. We don't even know.
Just gonna put the ring on.
For all we know, the ring could be why he did this in the first place.
It's gonna take an hour, so we can talk about it anyway.
Oh,
He's got to
So-
go. He's got an arm that's messed up.
well, if Perrin wants to stick around, you can do a medicine check to see if the arm is going to be a problem anytime soon, if you wish.
Yes, let me take a look at that.
I kind of don't want to leave this. Oh my god.
-2.
You're dying.
Well, I'm not keeping this ring for the chat. This is gonna be like a Perrin or a skith ring. I'm just wearing it for this
Minus
moment
two.
to talk to
Natural
Fenrir.
one
If Fenrir's in it.
or a -2.
I like snapped your pinky over.
Well, you don't.
Skith,
You
you-
can't actually like critical fail a skill. Technically.
Yeah, but like,
But a
But
minus
it's-
two's
but it's still
bad.
a-
it is
Yeah, it's a
also a very
-2.
delicate state right now.
Yeah.
And it's a -2.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So,
agree.
Skith, while trying to test like how his arm is and like
I
the
have
range
one
of
more
ability-
sorcery point.
Okay.
I can,
If you
I'll
roll
use
another
that.
-2, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
I'm gonna roll
It's gonna be
-3.
-1.
So it's not even possible.
Can't.
Oh,
I'll let you know what
worth.
would have
Ah,
happened.
nice.
I'll let you know.
16.
In an alternate universe, you dislocated his arm, and for the entire rest of the day, he wouldn't be able to use it at all.
Oh no, riding a horse
Um,
with only one arm.
Yeah.
Is interesting. I mean, it's doable.
It's
just
doable,
not-
but like,
yeah.
yeah.
Not a
Luckily,
fun
the
time.
horse is
Not a fun
intelligent, and
time,
so
no.
not too much of a problem. But 16, yeah, Perrin is stable. There is something going on beyond a medical thing. There might be a problem longish term. So it's probably good he gets seen to in the near term. It doesn't have to be urgent. Medically, it's not going to suddenly something happen, but there is something untoward curse-ish like going on, and
Okay.
therefore it should be seen in the near term.
Good, because
But it doesn't have to be now.
Perrin doesn't want to leave Arena unattended while she communes with an unknown dead soul that fell
Well,
off a
this makes
corpse
you-
of
probably
someone who
makes you
did
feel
lots
better.
of murder.
Okay. Arena.
I think with the -2, you would have been rushing to get back, but I think with
Yeah, but
16, you're
it
like,
was
all right,
like,
I
well,
can
see you
calmly sit
later.
here.
Don't get corrupted
I
by
mean, maybe
Thursdom.
he just chopped the arm off of me like, well, you don't need to go back now.
Oh my
Problem
God.
solved. So I guess I need some like suitable music.
Yeah, no. Arena's not keeping this ring. She's only wearing it for this singular purpose because Fenrir and her, they kind of had a thing, okay, you guys?
Arena. You finish tuning to the ring.
Okay.
You feel it snap into that kind of socket on your soul that allows you to actually connect with more powerful magical items. That attunement slot that allows you to interface with them, and suddenly you can feel the effect take hold.
Okay.
You're aware of it in a way. It's not just a band of
Yeah.
metal. You're aware of it, and you're aware of
Okay.
the effect.
Arena's like,
All right, I think the attunement is done. I guess I just try to talk to whatever's inside of it.
and Arena will like hold up her hand and like just like look at it and like think at it. Like she's like,
Hello?
No response this time.
Did you try tapping on it?
Arena will tap on it and be like,
Anyone in there?
bad connection. Lag.
I think I hear you, but I don't understand.
Who's there?
Who are you?
Henry?
Henry?
Who's there?
This is Arena Cocktail.
Sorry.
Creepy music all of a
And
sudden.
I was like, oh, suddenly, ooh.
I was like, oh no, what's gonna happen to me?
What? Why did you kill me? Why did you kill me, Arena?
We weren't trying to. But you were hurting people.
Killed me. Thought we were friends.
I thought we were friends, but you tried to kill us.
Couldn't
What
leave
happened?
me. Should have just left me alone. And now I'm trapped. It's so dark.
We might be able to get you out.
Did this to me. He took everything away.
Do you remember what happened? Why were you trying to get to my family? To hurt them?
Was told to.
By who? And why would you do something just because someone told you to?
She made me. She said she was gonna kill my family.
Who is she?
Can't see. She'll kill my family.
But if you don't... She's going to kill more than just your family.
Make a persuasion roll.
Fair. Oh, I'm not good at that.
Yeah, but don't really like you. Or I say roll with advantage. Don't really like you.
Okay. There's no +1 there.
Yeah.
Sorry, actually. It's because it's applying my tool to also skills for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know if I can see. Not unless you can make damn sure that she's not getting away.
Was it... Sith?
No, she just works for her.
We took care of Sith.
Promise me you'll kill her. Kill her good.
We'll do whatever we can.
You won't like it.
I won't like knowing who it is.
It's Miranda Dark. She wanted the other leaders out of the way. She secretly wants the return of Nerul.
Is there any way to know if he's telling the truth or not? Like, can I?
Is it wrong?
I'm so bad at all of this. 8.
Oh.
I know. Isn't that good? I have no flash of geniuses. I'm out.
Genuinely,
Oh yeah, genuinely, Oren, she thinks that.
She did this?
she shouldn't have to do this. She had people doing her dirty work.
Are you sure? I met Miranda and she...
Doubt you met Miranda. She always stands 2 steps behind people actually doing the work. If you're actually wondering, you met Bridget Rosenworth. You haven't met Miranda Duck. You got told that she wasn't in because she's a member of the different order that wasn't.
She's the head
at
of the
that
Midnight
night.
Feather, though. Miranda Dark is.
Well, she was the head of the Midnight Feather at that time in the House of the Dead, but she wasn't there at that night. Everyone else died, but she wasn't there at that time. Because, you
Yes,
know, no
we
one's
were-
there 24/7. That would be a
Okay.
lot.
Have we met Miranda Dark in person?
No, we haven't met her now.
Right,
Now that I
okay.
realize it. Yeah,
You've
take
met
that back.
Antok.
I did not say that. Okay, cool. That makes me feel way better. All right. But I do know who she is. All right.
The name's dropped a few times since you've been here.
Yeah, and I
You
do know
may
that
have
she's
known
the
it
head of the
before.
Midnight Feather. Arena says,
What is the best way to get to her?
She's powerful. Straight at her. She won't believe that her plans could possibly be going wrong or that anyone would disbelieve her. I made sure to buy this ring as a contingency just in case.
I will see what I can do to help you out of the ring if that is what you want.
I don't know if I deserve to get out.
If you didn't
I
need
think
to
I
do
deserve
it,
to be avenged. I think if she's taken out, then at least my family are safe.
alright, well, I may not always be the one wearing the ring, but if you decide you want to, just let us know and we will find a way to bring your soul back.
Okay. You just kind of, you don't get a word, you just kind of get a whimper and kind of it's a feeling of kind of begrudging, kind of humiliated, downtrodden acceptance. Like, this is what I'm reduced to.
Arena's mouth just like drops open. Her eyes are wide, and she like just looks at the both of you, and she's just like,
You could have been talking out loud if you wished, or you could have been having that entire conversation in your head.
"Oh, I thought it was telepathic because it says telepathic communication."
But you can also be speaking and having it telepathically, or you can have it pure
I think she
telepathically.
would have, because she's done a lot of telepathic talking. She would have just done it in her head, because Arena's like pretty good at that at this point, because of
And
how
you
much
can-
she's
you can
used.
tell us after.
Yeah, and so I think she's like afterwards, she just has her mouth open, her eyes wide, and she just looks at you both, and she's just like,
It was Miranda Dark. She's behind all of this. That's what Henry said.
Oh no.
Are we to
He-
trust him now?
What
Well,
he
that's
said
the-
was that Sid was working for Miranda and that she threatened his family.
She's
She wants no rule back in power.
Nerol,
Arena nods.
and Sith was working for her.
That's what he said.
I suppose Sith would want that. I didn't think that was the goal she was working towards.
I thought she wanted all of the gods to be gone. Look, I did tell Dunray that if he ever decided he wanted us to help him come back, that we would. But I think he thinks right now he doesn't deserve to.
If this is true, we're in serious trouble. Miranda Dark's expecting me.
And she's the head of the Midnight Feather. I worry about you going alone now.
I can't waste too much time. It'd be suspicious.
Marina nods.
Maybe you go ahead and we follow in suit. First thing in the morning.
I think that'll be alright.
And try not to raise suspicion. Perhaps you should be wearing this ring, not me.
And Arena will take off the ring and hand it to you.
And wearing the ring might be its own suspicion. I will take it, though. Can you attune to something while riding a horse?
Yeah, you just gotta have an hour of concentrating on it.
Hmm?
Isn't he
How long does it take
concentrating
to
on keeping the
unattune?
horse?
I'm sorry.
An hour, but if someone attunes to an item that you're attuned to, it forcibly unattunes it.
Oh, okay.
And I don't have to concentrate on
this
the horse. The
horse
horse
isn't-
just exists now. I don't have to do anything to maintain its
Oh.
existence. It goes away when it dies or when I tell it to. It's really awesome, and I
Okay.
should have got it way earlier.
Oh, yeah. And Perrin should have his own conversation with Fenrir because Arena's gullible AF. I agree with chat. She is not
Yeah,
the best
actually, if you're gonna
talking
if you're
person.
gonna hand Fenrir to Perrin, I want to check the wording to see if like Fenrir knows,
Wait, Fenrir
because
knows
I
what?
just want to see if.
If Fenrir knows that the ring's been handed to me.
I don't think they know who you are, though, who the wearer is.
You can telepathically attune to any creature attuned to it.
Yeah, if I
And
attune
aware
to
can't
it, then
prevent-
he can communicate with me.
Initiate telepathic communication with you. So as
Yeah.
soon as you go and try to remove the ring, you hear a, "What are you doing? I don't want to be alone again. No, no, please don't leave me. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. It's dark."
I told you. I will not be the one that's always wearing the ring.
Who's going to be wearing me?
One of my companions. Or me. It will depend on what we need.
I think you're referring to the. Are you talking about Perrin? Or are you?
Maybe Skith. Both of them could use it.
Who's gonna be wearing me next?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
You will be safe though.
Promise?
I promise. And all of them know that if you decide you want to be freed, that we will do whatever we can to free you.
I assume you genuinely intend all of that. Like you're
Arena
not trying to
does.
deceive Fenrir.
I don't know
Okay.
if Perrin and Skith are going to be down with that. They might just have their own decisions.
Is the rest of the group intending to deceive Fenrir in any regard?
Yeah, I don't trust him.
I mean, you sure
don't
don't
trust
trust
him.
him, but like,
But
If I put the ring
he's-
on, I'm gonna be like, "Get out of here! It's my ring.
He can
My
go
soul
to the
needs a
afterlife.
place if I die."
Yeah, he can go to the afterlife.
you can. Yeah, it does say you can. You can. If he can go, I think he has to choose though. So like,
Yeah,
you'd
he
have
can
convince him
choose to go to the
leave.
afterlife.
You can
yeah.
just decide, yeah, I'm out.
It says you can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife.
So
So,
like,
he can decide.
He is the you in that part. So he has the choice.
But
Um,
the reason he's staying in there because he clearly doesn't want to go to the afterlife from Arena's perspective, but he says he
It's
feels
reasonable.
too guilty to leave. So
Okay, so before you remove it, he does say, "Be careful. She has a way of looking through your head, finding out who you care about." I mean, obviously, she knows who you cared about.
Thank
And
you
it just
for,
goes quiet.
Thank you for that.
'Cause-
and Arena will relay that to all of you. Specifically looking at Perrin since he's about to initiate conversation with her first. says,
Tenri says that she knows how to get in your head and who you care about. I suppose she already knows who I care about.
Guess you'll be needing that ring then.
It might help, yeah.
and Arena will. She's like partially taken it off, and now she takes it off the rest of her finger and she hands it.
I'll
to
take it and
Aaron.
say, wish me luck.
He seems
Right.
scared and lonely, so whoever's wearing it,
She looks at both of you and says,
maybe talk to him so he's not alone.
I will.
If I get the chance, I've got plenty of questions of my own.
"Yeah, I don't know what that means either." I was
Karina
like,
should
so-
have some kind of idea, because I've got the dagger he had.
"Oh,
Oh,
She
shit,
knows
boy.
yeah."
about it.
Oh no.
Wait. Put the dagger on the ring.
No.
Just let
Then
them
they have a
kiss.
conversation.
Hell yeah.
Would you all three be able to converse at once? No, probably not.
God.
If I had attuned to the ring and the dagger, I could have a 4-way telepathic communication with the dagger
With your
entity,
horse.
Thenry Harper, myself, and my horse.
And
Yes, but
then
they
if
can't
you
communicate with
wore
each
the
other.
what do we
Side
call it?
crystal.
The
You'd
orb,
You'd be
the side
sharing it
crystal.
because like they can't talk with each other. They can only talk with you. So you have to be like, okay, everyone. You can't see everyone actually because you can't communicate with all at once. You have to be like, okay, horse, this is what Dagger said. Ring, this is what Dagger said.
It'd be even
Okay,
worse.
horse, I'll tell Dagger. Dagger, this is what horse said. Ring, wait a minute.
It'd be even worse
like,
if Nesser Kiv
traffic.
was still hanging around in my brain.
Oh god. So, for the sake of coming up to the end here,
Yeah.
Perrin, you head off.
Yep, I will. Atop Thunder, I will head out to the north
Wait,
Galloping.
so you're tuning.
at pace.
Are you attuning while you're riding and then going to the House of the Dead to sort your arm?
Yes, I will. I will attune to the ring so I can have a conversation with Themri on the way. I also want to talk to the horse on the way, and also one last thing: as I'm riding out the gates, I cast False Life, which affects the horse.
Boom! You both get like good hit points or temporary hit points. Okay.
Did you want me to cast like haste on you?
In terms of
nope.
an hour journey until it's the attunement, and in terms of a multi-hour journey, haste would make very little difference.
Yeah, it
It's
wouldn't. It
a
wouldn't
nice
do
thought.
much.
but
Like I
it makes a
could
difference
cast
on a scale of 10 minutes
Expeditious
to 20
Retreat
minutes,
on
but-
myself, which would also apply to the horse and allow it to go double
Is it
speed,
concentration?
or it might be.
If it's concentration,
I'm
you
not
probably
going
can't
to, because currently I have one level 3 spell slot, and I need that, I think, because before I have a chance for a long rest, I'm going to be talking to possibly the head of the New Dawn, or at least a high-ranking member, or you know...
What are you
Leader of one
unattuning
branch.
to?
He unattuned to the molten bronze.
Oh, right.
And I don't need to attune to the bone armor for its AC to work, just for the
Exactly.
adornment of bones to work.
So, Anthem,
Interesting. You're wearing
An
it. Okay.
hour in to your horse ride. Is that Arena?
This is Perrin.
Doesn't feel like Arena. Right. Thought it might have been Skith.
So, I understand that you believe Miranda Dark is attempting to destroy the Church of the Raven Queen from the inside.
I don't know if that's her plan, but it seems to be the case.
But you're saying that she's responsible for why you did all this. Was she possessing you, or was it just coercion?
She had threatened my family. I'd do anything for my family.
So you were in the vault of the Raven Queen?
Yeah,
Stole the items as instructed and dumped the ones that...
exactly.
Why should I believe you? This could just be a ploy to get one more member of the church killed.
Worth a try. Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no! Oh boy! 22!
You feel the voice change. The disguise drop away. It becomes... It's not a voice. It's a telepathic thought. It becomes feral, and it goes straight for your upper mind. And you can feel it go, grab onto the top of your brain, and attempt to rip forth all semblance of a higher sense of personality or thinking. And you struggle and hold. And you can kind of feel the edges fray. You can kind of feel your rationality, your logic, your smarts, your intelligence, your sense of personality, your individual charisma, your je ne sais quoi, the thing that makes you, you, the thing that separates you from the monkey in the jungle, the thing that makes you an intelligent, sapient person, the thing that also is connected to your magic and many of your abilities begin to be torn from you. And as you hold, you push back whatever powerful force this is into the ring. And it remains bottled up. And you can feel it seethe. And you are fully aware that whatever that was not someone's normal soul. Maybe not Fenrir's soul. Maybe not soul. Certainly not a normal soul, whether it's a soul or not a soul, or whether it's not normal. But whatever that was, it was certainly not a normal person's soul called Fenrir Harper. The horse comes to a screeching halt. As you pull together the shards of who you are and pant. There doesn't seem to be any immediate follow-up. You can kind of feel a vague, dull pounding on your finger. It's not a physical pounding, it's like a psychic pounding, like something's trying to get back into your brain, but it's bottled back up in the ring. And that's where we end today's episode. Is there anything you'd like to finish it with, if you have a line or a thought?
That depends. Does this stalemate seem like a temporary state of affairs, or...
I cannot tell you that. I can only tell you how I told you, which is that while there is some pushback, like it certainly is pushing the boundary and seeing, the boundary is remaining. It's staying in the ring. It can't seem to follow up immediately. You don't know if that means it can follow up in 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 hours, or 10 days, or never. You don't know that. You are an hour away from your friends by horse. And I just want to check the wording on one thing. Find Steve.
Uh-oh. What's this gonna do to my horse? I don't think it should affect him. Because it's my attunement's
Everyone's
done.
like, rip the ring off, take it off.
Oh, I mean, I'm just assessing this is the instant after it happens.
Yeah,
Fine.
yeah.
Okay.
But it was very much a direct attack that would have been a prolonged, if not permanent, removal of your intelligence, charisma, and abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Some abilities, at least.
So I can attack you?
Okay.
This is crazy. What the hell?
Right. Perrin is going to say, Thunder, no matter what I say in the next hour, take me back to my friends.
I'm bound to follow your commands. Unfortunately, I am mystically inclined to do what you say. If I may suggest you gag yourself.
Will do. And then I pull off the ring, I put it in the bag of holding in case that gives me any extra degree of separation from it.
Sure.
And I'm gonna
As you
gag
go
myself.
to pull off the ring,
Oh, okay.
as you go to pull off the ring,
Okay.
you feel a sudden paranoia that this is probably the only thing that's protecting you from outside assault. And maybe if you pull this ring off, it might also be the one thing that's protecting you from a follow-up assault.
Right.
You don't know.
How?
Make
So this ring.
a...
Is there another part of this
No, you
ring
can't.
that's gonna
can't.
unlock? That
You
we can
cannot
see?
pull the ring off. As much as you try,
Oh,
you cannot
all
bring
right.
yourself to pull it off. You cannot... You're not even physically able to try. You go to it and you're like, can't do it. You're like, no. You can't bring yourself to actually try to take it off. You're like, no, I need this.
Okay.
Cut off your finger. You know, one arm cut off, a finger from the other. You're
Could.
great.
Good, maybe, but that
losing
would probably
fingers
be the
real
same
at
reason.
losing fingers at a rapid pace right now. Okay, yeah. So
You can't
I don't
take it off. Not you can't remove it. You can't bring yourself to take the ring off.
So imagine even if I tried to cut my finger off, I would not be able to apply pressure to the brill.
How come I could take it off?
Because it
It
was
let me?
it was
Tricked
still
you.
pretending
It-
at that time.
It let me.
Hmm.
Interesting. You look at his face.
Yeah. So I command Thunder to take me back to the last house, and then after failing
yourself.
to even be able to try and take the ring off, I'm going to gag myself. I'm probably going to try
Dexterity.
and tie myself to. I mean, actually, the horse doesn't actually have reins or anything, does it? There's no.
No.
Yeah, there's no way I can
No.
keep myself on this horse.
No.
If I
You could
get
tie
taken
yourself
over,
to it.
I mean, I guess
No,
I
you'd have to make a
rope.
reins and a straps, and he doesn't.
Yeah, it's
You'd have to
You've
rope around the
roped?
horse, which isn't.
it
quite
wouldn't
the
really
same.
work. I think if Perrin decides to get off the horse, nothing I can
you
do
ha-
right now can stop him.
I have the climbing rope. Never mind. I was like, you
Make
could command
a-
rope to tie around yourself around its
And he just says
neck.
command
and then-
uncommand the rope. It doesn't work if you just the gag is the only thing matters there.
Yeah.
Make a dexterity survival roll. Bear in mind that if you start trying to ungag yourself, it will only work so long.
Oh yeah, gagging
Yeah.
won't work. Oh, gagging
I
won't
assume
work 'cause
he's also
telepathic.
binding his hands because otherwise you just ungag yourself.
Well, and telepathy. All of it's telepathy. So does gagging matter?
That's true. I can just telepathically order my
And
horse.
yeah,
Talk
you
to
can
the
telepathically
horse.
command the horse. Yeah, it wouldn't do
Yeah.
anything. So
And I can-
yeah, forget the gagging-
I'm not
gagging
used to
makes
the
no
telepathy
difference.
thing. I will
I
try
mean,
and
unless
get you
you're just
back.
into it, that's fine.
Glad I
Don't
didn't
have
put that
any
ring
way
on.
of going faster or anything. I have to say, this is the strangest first summons. I was expecting maybe going into battle. At the other end, possibly let's go for a walk around the tournament field. Not my rider is confused and talking about tying himself up. But okay.
There's a battle, but it's not one you can assist with.
It's
The
a
best you
mind
can do is take me to my friends so that they can help.
Battle I am not familiar with personally as a celestial being, but one I know mortals face, and it takes bravery to do so. I shall convey you there with all speed I can muster. And we'll see if you get even a minute or an hour next time.
Oh boy.
Thanks for taking all the curses and arm explosions.
Yeah, I appreciate
Mind
that.
attack.
I was hoping for Skith. I was hoping.
I
for Skith.
bet.
Oh god.
I was gonna talk mad shit from the start too, so it was gonna be attack me right away.
Honestly, I was like, Skith's gonna have like 3 things that are talking to him. His
Like-
brother was talking to him. The sword or the dagger,
Skith had
the
the dagger.
ring, the
Skith
ring. He
has
just a whole family.
not got Perrin's save bonus. And Skith has a thing about being like, yeah, my brother's, a dick and a mage, and I could use this ring to shield me. And I'm like, it's Skith. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It for sure felt like
The only
Yeah.
reason why Perrin, I would have, I think we all agree this is very much a Skith ring. But I think that because of where Perrin was going, it made
Exactly.
sense to give Perrin the ring, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely
And
not
no,
an Arena
I
ring.
can't-
Arena just wanted to wear it to talk to Fenrir.
100%. Yeah.
So I can't remove it. Can I unattune from it? Because the moment we set off, Perrin's going to start trying to unattune.
Try. As you try, the same, you need this ring. You need this ring to protect yourself.
Balls.
Right now, you are paranoid that you need this ring.
So yeah, I'm
Is
like,
there
I have to
a-
wear this ring, but there is something evil attacking me, but I have to wear this ring. And I know they're linked, but I also know that I have to wear the ring.
Mm,
Yeah, like, can he
get through
save?
the
Can he
first
roll a
layer.
save?
make a Christmas save about that.
Yeah,
first
I was
layer.
like, could he
Make a Christmas
save to like?
A charisma save, you say?
Yeah.
25.
Okay. You managed to push past the paranoia. So you can ignore that paranoia if you wish.
I attempt to unattune.
Are you going to take it off or are you just going to attempt to untune to it?
I now feel that I can take it off if I want to.
You don't have the paranoia about keeping it on.
You say that,
really
but I do now.
Exactly. And
God
as you go to
damn
try
it.
and take it off, you're like, maybe I should talk to the group first. I'm about to be there.
Okay.
You're close. You're close.
I try and
You're
unattune
close.
while wearing
The
it.
save gets you close. You actually feel like you could maybe get closer, but you should wait for the group.
And is it the same if I try and unattune? Okay, yep, we
The
continue.
save gets you closer. Like you genuinely are closer to being able to do something, but
Okay.
no, the group closed. You should wait for the group.
All right, yep. We head back towards the last house.
The heck? They let me take it off, so that's why I'm like so confused.
Well, that's the
I
key
had a
word,
debate
let.
about that. I was wondering whether I would
let
you.
I know that's what I'm saying. It let me take. Well, it was also making me not take it off because remember I was like starting and then I stopped.
Mhm. I asked you whether you'd be giving it to someone else.
That's true. That's true.
And
So-
both
she-
of the potential someone else's pretty good nukers. You know, if they happen to be in front of a certain, Raven
Yep,
Queen.
and
high-ranking
Arena dropped her
person.
gun to go for this.
Ah.
And now
Yeah.
you see why.
I
Annoyingly,
mean-
Perrin wasn't in the room, so I was
she would
hoping-
reattune to her gun after
Yeah, but it would
But-
take.
an hour.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. When you had the ring, you didn't have a weapon.
No. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the
I did not.
problem.
Gotcha.
If you had a weapon, it would have been different.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you would have gone into the other room and shot your family.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ee, why are you like this?
Hi, welcome.
Oh my god.
So, we are gonna go through a quick outro. Today's support was Miazilla. Miazilla, thank you very much for supporting this fun. We had a lot of good little RP
I think we need to
sessions
rename
and
this
stuff.
episode.
No, the next episode is definitely gonna be a fun one. Magic rings. I don't know.
You
like
being
that.
like, oh yeah, no, it's time for downtime actions. Yeah, that's what this episode's gonna be about.
That's what he said. And
didn't
we did
genuinely
not talk
know what
about
your choices were
downtime
gonna be about
stuff.
certain things.
God damn it.
I thought they would be certain things would be spread out through the downtime. Instead, you've kind of mainlined everything beforehand, which is fine.
Yeah. Well, I think we
Um,
were trying to do all the important stuff. Like all the downtime stuff we want to do, some of it's like, grand scheme of things, not as important.
NPC name submissions are now out. So if you're on the Patreon, feel free to submit. Character sheet out for Blablin, and this has been sponsored by Roll20. So useful handouts about, hey, here's some cool loot. Great, I'll attune to this. Works every time. Give them a lovely handout with a nice picture and some text, and they'll want to attune to it, and then get them.
I've been so happy. I'm so happy that I dropped my gun to attune to the ring.
Yeah. No,
Because
genuinely.
Perrin at least has like good saves. Arena has like awful saves in comparison.
Because how do you destroy Arena and the adventuring party if you get control of Arena? Probably can't kill the adventuring party, not permanently, not when they're surrounded by a bunch of paladins and clerics. But if Arena kills her family with her own hand, there's a good 50-50 chance she gives up adventuring. The other 50-50 chance that she comes after you anyway, but that was probably going to happen. So sadly, you did unattune from the gun. So I don't need that map. So if it was Skith, it'd be like, great. Cool. Can I get a fireball right there? Arena never forgives Skith. Maybe explode the
One
party.
left.
Exactly. That's what magic
Do you
missiles
really
for.
have one left right now?
One fireball.
Oh my
Got
god.
4th level spells, right? Upcast.
Got 3 fireballs.
Roll
we
a
go.
fireball right now for funsies.
I rolled an intelligence save and got a 20 for funsies.
Oh, dude, that's a pretty good save.
I can't tell you whether you'd have passed or failed.
It's close. It's close to parents pass. So
Yeah, it's close to pairing. And yeah, so let's start with how close they came to dodgy rings and the worst stuff happening. I think we'll start with Arena. Maggie, who are you already doing when we find you? When we're not putting on
Usually I'm
strange
last.
items of jewelry?
I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do lots of things on the internet. I have some new stuff coming up. I believe this Friday. Is it this Friday or next Friday? I think it's this Friday. If it's not, I'll let you know on my social. Follow me. But I will be joining a game for the Gaia Complex, which is kind of cool. It's like a cyberpunk game with vampires. So come tune in. It'll be a lot of fun. And of course, I'll be right back here on Roll For It on Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific. And we are going to be playing The Good Society, which is very spicy. We have the full cast of 7 people. So if you want to come tune into that, that would be fabulous. And I also make games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, which you can find at Ashes of Creation, all of the places. And I'm working on the next installment of the Witches and Spellcraft game, which is the advanced version that you can find on Draft 3 RPG. And that is me.
Okay. Aaron Bentham, what about you when you're not narrowly avoiding having your brain turned into a blender and then being sent after your friends?
And narrowly avoiding my arm being being blended.
I mean, that kind of did still happen.
Yeah, it did kind.
I mean,
Yeah, it was
it did
mostly
happen.
blended.
You didn't avoid it.
But yeah, I am Bentham. You can find me on YouTube where I'm Manglepork Gaming, and on Twitch where I'm Manglepork. Yeah, I know. And there, sometimes things happen. We play games. Sometimes we make lore videos now. Who really knows? Who knows what to expect? I'm working on another lore video, but don't expect it, because who really knows? But it might happen. That's me.
Okay. And of course, Skith, Cobble, who are you? And narrowly avoiding a ring by being the person who doesn't really care about going back to talk to the potential head of the Raven Queen Temple, who might or might not actually be a super dangerous cultist for Neural.
more like doesn't care that Thinry died at all either. So you
Yeah.
guys can talk to him as much as you want. Like, I don't trust him. Yeah, I'm Cobalt
Yeah.
Shriek. I play lots of indie roguelike strategy, action adventure. Honestly, anything I like, I will play it a little bit. I play a lot of Isaac as well. I do special challenge runs, stuff like that. I do special streaks on YouTube. I play D&D on Thursdays right here. That's what we just did, and I do Pathfinder on Tuesdays. Yeah, that's me. Come hang out sometime. Oh, and by the way, if I stab Pietro with the dagger and kill him, I can change into him. Just saying.
Nope. Pietro's not a small
Oh.
or medium creature. Sorry.
I thought you
He's
said
also
I
not a
could change
humanoid.
Sizes.
Yeah.
I was just
Why
trying to
would
shock
you
the
want to
audience.
stab Pietro?
You also have to kill him.
Go with it.
Yeah, you'd have to
Right.
kill him, like
That's
murder.
what I meant. That's what I meant. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just saying.
I want an inside check on you now. It's gonna kill
I'm not
Pietro.
gonna
You'd
kill
fail it, like,
anybody.
You're the person who has terrible
I know. I have
charisma and moderate, but by this level of charisma for them, terrible insight.
Yeah.
The problem is that you
I'm
just don't
above
have an
average insight.
Above average, but like not for this tier. If
No,
you're trained in
the
insight,
two
and
of
a
them
wisdom
could lie
character.
to Arena. We've established this. Arena is gullible AF.
Yeah.
Also,
fair, your party members, while they can lie, also believe each other's lies. So like, no one actually calls each other bullshit in this party, really. Except for the fact you actually know each other and know that each other's lying just because you're used to it by now and you actually get on and blah, blah, blah. But whatever. If you actually didn't, you'd all be lying to each other all the time and wouldn't know.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. Except for Arena, I feel like.
Yeah,
she would-
Arena wouldn't be lying, but she'd be the good buttercup from chapter 1 who'd still be like, oh, did you killed a dragon while I was asleep and you ate it? Oh my god.
Pretty much.
Like, oh
yeah.
no. Oh no, Arena.
Don't eat me, Perrin.
Don't eat me there.
I think that's what you were dreaming about. Anyway,
After show time. Oh, is there any tips? No. You? All right, EU. Where can people find you at?
Twitch.tv/Elysium. I'll maybe actually be streaming this week, unlike last week where I streamed once and then got COVID and then decided I wouldn't risk my voice before today's episode. Turns out it mostly held up. So I'll be doing some streaming and some prep and some rules stuff for the next time. I actually get to polish on my celebrity adventuring rules. I can't wait till the payoff next week. I'm really hoping I get to kill everyone with Perrin. Or maybe I kill the younglings with Perrin.
He's
got
always
the
trying to
badass
kill us
armor
with
on.
ourselves.
He has the baddest armor on. He walks in with the baddest armor.
Not attuned though.
Not attuned, but it's still got bones
It's
on.
still
It's
19
not getting any
AC.
benefit.
Yeah.
And then like Zoji and Joji are like, Master Perrin? And then the shadow blade that he's absorbed into his soul along.
Oh no.
What did you do to the young gnomes?
Oh my gosh. What? We'll talk about this in the after show.
Anyway, I will check for tips.
So I noticed
I was
there
gonna be
were
like-
a lot of first time watchers in chat today. Welcome in.
Yeah,
and,
welcome.
You're coming in way late in the campaign. It's been going for like a year and a half or something. So I recommend
Hi,
checking out the
welcome to
YouTube.
the end of the final kind of arc of the final quest of this chapter. So
Yeah.
we're going into like a downtime and then into a new chapter. So actually, this is probably one of the
This is
better times.
perfect
to catch
time
the
to join,
New
yeah.
chapter coming.
Because
Yeah.
we'll do a little recap of like the next chapter, and then you can join us. And
Looks like we don't
But
have any tips.
if you
I'll
want to
double
go
check.
back, you can check out the YouTube, and it's got all of ours.
No tips today. We're good.
yes, we started this campaign. Our first episode was on June 4th of 2020.
So 2 years in 2 days' time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
That's
June.
pretty cool.
Wow.
Damn.
So this is basically the 2-year anniversary will happen before next episode.
Yeah.
So
Damn.
if next episode we actually finish the chapter, maybe minus downtime, which should be the case because, like, you know, downtime or not.
You know what that means. Episode 1, gotta bring back Bones. He's always on episode 1.
Skid's never met Bone. No, he
I
wasn't.
know he
wasn't.
needs to. He will
No,
love him.
he wasn't on episode 1 of this chapter.
I know,
Yeah,
it's
only on the first 2
crazy.
chapters. We're breaking all our rules. The
Yeah.
Anyway,
Bone at the
after
start
show,
of
we
every
need to go
chapter
to after
rule.
show. We've got stuff to talk about. We've got
The-
limited time. Go.
And
It's
we've
true.
broken
Bye,
the Vanya
everybody.
every time there's a clock change rule as well. We've messed it all up now. All right, after show time.
But we have got a lot of stuff done.